Welcome in, everybody, to another night of the AEL University Elite Series. Here tonight, it's Marvel Rivals, and it's going to be an amazing time. We got Matsy, we got Emperor ZK, and we have some absolutely incredible teams. But you know what else is incredible? Our sponsors! So, without further ado, let's say, from me to you, a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. And if you want someone you can count on for food, there's no one better to turn to than
Indomie, the noodle partner made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie meager rain will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
That's it. You know them, you love them. Our sponsors, we appreciate their support always and forever. So, great to see how that's going. But you know what? Let's check out how other things are going, like our standings. Ooh, how's this shaping up, Amp? Look at how close the competition is. My gosh.
Right there, some really close matches that we've had, but I'll tell you what, the victors right now, definitely UNSW and UTS, following with QUT and Monash. And then onto the lower half, we have RMIT, Swinburne, and of course MQU and Deakin. Gotta say, we're looking for some bangers tonight, and we sure will get some of that delivery going all the way.
That's it. We're going to get all the delivery. We are going to get all the absolutely fire intense games here this evening. It's just going to be amazing, Amp, honestly. You know, I would expect nothing less out of our University Elite Series here with the amazing plethora of talent that we have this season and there beyond. You know, I think that all the teams are really stepping it up and giving it their best, and I got to really give them props for going as far as they can. But, you know, speaking of going far, we've got to see how they get far with today's games. So, who we got, Amp?
At 7 p.m., we have Monash versus UNSW. And then following at 8 p.m., UTS against RMIT. 9 p.m., Swinburne against Macquarie. And of course, the last one with Deakin versus QT at 10. It's going to be pretty spicy looking at it, especially, I got to say, at 9 p.m., Swinburne against MQU. That's going to be a very interesting one. Might be very, very close here.
Oh, yeah. I reckon it's going to be a super tight games tonight. And you know what? I love it. I'm here for it. I love it when we have competitive games. And cannot wait to see how they are going to play out for all of our teams. You know, I think it's going to be amazing times ahead. I think that all our teams are going to give it their absolute best. You know, thinking towards what kind of maps we could be placed in. I think our teams have got a few handy ideas, to say the least, as to how they want to approach this here series, Mr. ZK. But you know what? I'm excited to see our first match of the day, and that is none other than Monash taking on UNSW. Both these teams have something to prove. You know, I think that they've been going leaps and bounds, so to speak, this season. Definitely got some high caliber competition there, and very eager to see how they fare, you know, how things shape up heading into this here endeavor.
Yeah, I think all questions are going to be aimed at Monash to see how well they prepare tonight, because they haven't really had the best of the start onto the season. But once again, representing Monash, we have Genzo, Walsh, Georgie, Student, Dixon99, and Fiervin. On the side of UNSW, you have Frost, Runk, Lick, Wayne, the one, Nover, and Oazy. Hey, so it's going to be quite noisy coming all around, but it's going to be great.
It's going to be fantastic, and I can't wait to see how this all goes down once we get in action here. You know, we've seen a lot of these players definitely play super duper well. You know, it's great to see that they're able to come together for the University Elite series here. Obviously, some of them play against one another within other spaces there. So it's great to see that they are able to come together and give it their best here in the University Elite series and able to showcase exactly what they can do. I'm very keen, very excited even to see what's going to be ahead of us in terms of Marvel Rivals itself. I don't think we have too long left in the season. I think we've only got about less than a month, if I'm not mistaken. So that's kind of exciting because that means that there'll be another season pretty closely around the corner with the date to be decided there. But with another season, that means another map and another character. So definitely excited to see what that may look like. When that does come into rotation there, but only time will tell, Mr. Emp. I've been seeing some little whispers around the space as to what some potential new heroes could be. I've been hearing whispers that we could be getting a Deadpool soon, or maybe something a little different. I think there's potential there, Emp, and I'm kind of excited to see what reality looks like. I think I think that there's a lot of good pieces of potential. Actually, speaking on potential again, I actually checked out some new Marvel content. Let's say I checked out a new Marvel series called The Eyes of Wakanda, and it actually featured a like Iron Fist of the past. Right? It was like a female Iron Fist. So I think that it'd be kind of cool if they played into that, into like Marvel Rivals here, and maybe made like that character into like a alternative skin, for example. I think would be really cool. You could have like a different take on the character there, considering the Iron Fist has many identities throughout history. So yeah, I think that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about that, Imp?
Well, I guess it will be. Yeah, I don't think it will be out of the realm of possibilities, especially with
Yeah.
alternative timelines and how we can go through with the whole character skills as well. I personally would like to see some varieties, just so it'll throw people off here and there. It's like, yes, yes, you're very used to this Loki, aren't you? But like, how about a Sylvie on the side? Because that's a very big one right there. Moon Knight obviously has got a lot of love like that, just as much. We don't have to talk about just Steve, or we could go back to Mark, and we could go to whoever you like. But yeah, more than anything else, ideally, it's a very good place to be in Marvel Rivals. Every season, there's a fresh intake of what ability is going to be pumped up, what's going to be nerfed, what's going to be recycled, what's going to be reworked, and then with the addition of a new map and a potential new hero lineup. Well, let's just say if we do get Mr. Deadpool in, it would just be very spectacular because he just adds so much flavor into it. If I don't get a Deadpool once he brings out his guns and say bang bang bang, I will not be a happy camper. Like I need that to be a permanent effect.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more there. I think there'll be a lot of fun to kind of bring that into the mix. I know that around the space, a lot of players are kind of hopeful that Deadpool turns into a Vanguard instead of a duelist, because I think the sentiment is we got too many duelists at the moment. And I can agree with them, honestly. I think that we need a bit of flavor or a bit of variety around the Vanguard and strategist space. I think that, we've had a pretty consistent stream of like duelists and those kind of like offensive characters. So I am hopeful that we do see the Vanguard and, the strategist role get a bit more love there. So then heading into like your ban and protect phase, it does open up other avenues in the sense like if you ban, let's say top priority strategists there, you'll have more alternative options and alternative styles of play that you could potentially dive into there, So I am hopeful that we do see a bit more focus heading into that direction coming into the future of Marvel Rivals. But I think based on one of the dev team's video releases recently, they I think they've already got like a content loop, so to speak, planned out for over a year or 2 years in advance. So I've
Yeah.
got no idea what is going to be coming within that time space, but
Yep.
I'm
Uh,
keen to see. I think that obviously with the game's release and the changing of the competitive landscape with like balance changes over time, as well as a lot of other things, I think that with that planning ahead, they are making adaptive changes. However, in terms of some of the characters that may have been planned out, that strategy might, let's say, have altered course based on the reality of the competitive landscape versus what it could have been in hypotheticals there. So yeah,
yeah.
keen to see what that looks like.
Well, the thing is, within this competitive landscape, because there's such a variety of abilities and team ups and things that always gets refreshed. If they did want to add extra tanks into it, like if we go straight forward to the Vanguard space, like because if we have Deadpool and we have X-Men, we have the Spider Verse, we have the Fantastic Four universe, we had everything just completely mashed up. They can
Yeah,
bring in a variety of characters like Juggernaut, Sentinel, Colossus. They can get even Thanos to be like a switch between tank and DPS. That because it's just that kind of a thing. And then on top, we do have a lot more sizes that we can play with because we did experiment rather early because when Jeff was released in the beginning, everyone either loved it or hated it because it was so hard to aim at Jeff, right? And potentially we can add more growth or add some more cheaper characters in there to really disrupt the flow of aim because when you do play rivals, we pretty much aim at everything, right? The whole 360 headspace is pretty much there. We aim at the ground, we aim in the middle, and we aim at the headshots, and then we aim into the air because it demands it. But ideally, I would like to see just one more precision aimer as well because I feel like when it comes down to the precision aiming, it's just not the same. It has not really hit the right flow for me just yet. Sure, you have your usual Hela, your Bucky, you have your Hawkeye, you have your Widow, but then at the rate that you play them, it doesn't strike me into the headspace. So it's like, it's like I'm having maximum fun every single time. It's like, no, you're in a competitive. You gotta wait for your opportunity, and then you get to pop off. That's when you go, that's me right there. So we haven't really gotten to that place just yet, but even when I'm talking out of a tangent, and it's just that there still is just so much more possibilities, and maybe, just maybe, within the whole next year worth of planning, they can sneakily add a few extra bonus characters. I mean, come on, we'd be okay with that, because if we already know about this kind of leakage of data or data mining or any of this, maybe you can surprise us even more further.
yeah, I'd love to see it. Because yeah, today I saw like within the Twitter sphere, there was a heap of Deadpool voice lines leaked.
Mm.
Like, as in, there was one. Well, there was like one from Deadpool themselves, but there was a ton of character interactions. Like between some of the various heroes already in the game. So it kind of gives you a sense that either Deadpool will be in the game very, very soon, or perhaps within the next, let's say, season or two away. Considering they already, have been able to leak like the voice lines into the game files, I think they might be coming soon. But who knows? I don't
I
know.
mean, you can't just add it
They'll
in and not
confirm
like give us a
something
character,
sooner
right?
or later if that is real.
Yeah, yeah.
I got no idea. It's exciting though, nonetheless.
True. It is very exciting. Imagine you just add something in and then you said, nah, because everyone knows I'm not gonna like activate the character. It's just gonna stay there in the background. And that'll just be like the ultimate trolling. But hey, look, in at the final thought of all of this, it would be good if we can get like some alternative skins as well for the current Vanguards. I think that's also
Yeah.
one good way to balance out. So Doctor Strange. Everybody loves Doctor Strange or using Doctor Strange, right? But I challenge you to pull Wong as an alternative right there, right? Because there's Wong, according to the current Marvel Cinematic Universe, he's the Sorcerer Supreme, and he can do pretty much the same thing. So put up the barrier, do the portals. it does what they want to do, and the Iron Fist, we can. I guess I don't really want to like put the Shang-Chi as in Iron Fist because they're separate entities, but we can have a secondary jump around, running around on the walls, and just being a complete nightmare because they have so much melee mobility and that they just right up your face. That could be devastating.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of characters they can draw on from the Marvel Universe, for example. Like, I think one that I'd be interested to see, um, yeah, it's just the top character, I don't know, in my mind right now is Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
Because I feel
Ooh.
like Nightcrawler, you know, is a very flashy, like, zippy, mobile character. So I feel like if you brought something like that into Marvel Rivals, it might fulfill a similar role to some of our, let's say, more assassination style duelists, like your Psylocke, you know, Magic, stuff like that. I think, yeah, definitely could fit the bill there, so to speak. And you know, I've heard little rumors again as well that apparently we might be seeing a bit of Nightcrawler in the upcoming Avengers movie, which is kind of
Oh.
exciting. So if that, you know, eventuates, then we could potentially see them come into Marvel Rivals as well, you know, because obviously thinking on the fact that they brought the Fantastic Four skins into the game, I think it's definitely something that could be possible, you know, with those movie kind of lineups there. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, imagine Nightcrawler's toolkit. He can only dash or teleport, and you know just attack with melee once or twice, and then he has to do it again right after. So it's sort of be like that's his whole toolkit. He goes in and
Yeah.
out, but then he has to go through a separate dimension, and he has to time it. That would be cool. Honestly, oh, and it looks like we are ready to go onto the first map with domination between Monash and SW. And I think looking at how these two teams play, they will have a lot of research done on each other. They should be no strangers to how each other play as well. So you'll see, due to the current balance changes, we're not going to see the complete Nova Band instantly. So there is going to be the Magneto and the Luna Band here, which means that, well, I guess only Unit SW has access to the Luna. And then in retaliation, there's going to be the Mantis Band, and I believe this is going to be quite powerful. They can look to be locking in Genzo or Walsh right here, so Captain America is going to be absolutely amazing.
Absolutely. That's definitely a pick for Wosh there. You know, Wosh has definitely been one that brings out a lot of power on the cap. So very eager to see what they are going to be able to do with that one. But Mantis going to be banned out on both sides now. So realizing the strength of that one. Potential on the Torch to go see you later. See what they can muster there. You know, I'm very curious. Ooh. So Torch is going to go. Emma will stay, though. Or Emma will go, rather, on the other side. But they've got the freedom of a Protect now. So, Monash, very curious what they're going to be opting to keep. Cloak, maybe? Okay. Makes a lot of sense. You know, that Eternal Bond is a very high priority strategist ultimate coming out there. But there's another ban on the horizon now.
Yeah, I think having that Cloak and Dagger lock in was a little bit unexpected because definitely it opens things like Loki. So he forces Unit SW to keep the ban on Loki, which pretty much dictates how Monash wanted to start this one. And so also having their own Cloak and Dagger will just lock it down as well. But if they do choose to prioritize the Psylocke here, you can also mean that they're going to get that locked away. So a support can just be locked up as well, since they don't really have to do too much about the front. If they do choose to go through with the Torch here, I think it's a more balanced approach where both says, okay, you know, it's not going to be such a high dangerous character that we have to choose. However, we still have to give that little bit of respect just in case that there is a strategy prepared against it. So while both have a very measured approach and trying to feel each other out in this opening match, I can feel that, you know, Monash is going to have that little bit more of a maneuverability, especially since they got the Captain America. And we all know Walsh is just an absolute animal when it comes down to picking apart the back and going around unpunished. So all eyes upon them to see what's going to be like on the first match of the day. Whether it's going to be Monash really has fixed up and closed out all their gaps and ready to play, or will it be UNSW continuing their dominance where every week they look like they're just too strong.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see just how strong they are going to be here. Curious how things are going to be looking. Jump in into the fray. 10 seconds to go. And let's get this battle underway here, Amp. It's time to get down to business. Time to clash their way forward. And mission area going to be hitting the unlock within just over 20 seconds here. So both teams are going to have ample time to prep themselves for the battle to come.
And right here, what I like about UNSW's setup is that they have the Hulk and the Maul team up, so extra squid is always going to be annoying to deal with. And Joji, our current Panther that does really well, loves to play this one, is going to be having a bang up time when they get taken out. Otherwise, he's never going to be able to get in and out like this. So, what a lockup right there. They do pick up Jojo really quickly, and Genzo gets punished rather early. Here comes Welsh trying to weave in and out, and he knows he can't really do too much. And Dixon completely sniped from afar. It is a really early, I guess, really early cap from UNSW, where it looked like they already had their research done and they're confident to be playing into it.
That's it. Confidence is key, and see what else they are going to be able to break into here. Enzo bringing out big damage over the top there, trying to see if they can shut down those clones. No, holding it back as well. Dance of the Butterfly is pretty close by, so this could be a good difference maker for them if they do want to destabilize some of the offensive capabilities from Monash here. There we go, jumping into it, dashing through, quite a bit of damage there. Gento does go down, so solid use of the Namor there and Psylocke in order to lock out a few KOs in their favor.
Yeah, they've covered all the bases and knows exactly what's going on. Georgia being forced off the Black Panther. Now, on to the Winter Soldier. This is one of those areas where you have to really think hard and fast. How do you want to approach this current setup? Because it looks like Nova is just playing as much as he wants. Got plenty of space to buy for his team. And he's looking for the snipe here. Gets Dixon instantly. And that is Rage of Ultra. Horn of Proteus also being used just to zone them up. It is a huge pickup. And Monash right now, don't know what's hidden.
Ooh, Hulk Smash going to be coming out as well, though. Just trying to stall things out here. I like the discipline from Monash, you know. When that Hulk ult comes out, they're just falling back. Not really giving too much for it, but I mean, Monash going to be under a lot of pressure here. Like, they have 5 ultimates. They really need to get onto the mission area sooner rather than later. Speaking of, Eternal Bond comes out. The team's in a bit of trouble, though. They're not actually feeling the impact of that Eternal Bond at all, considering 3 players have been KO'd out. So they are holding strong for the OT timer. But, I mean, this is going to be a staggered approach here. Student goes down. Fioven only just came back online. So these KOs are putting the work in right now. And just like that, first point is going to go in favor of UNSW. So I don't know what happened from Monash there. It just seemed very disjointed, very disconnected approach.
Yeah, that's not the Monash that we're used to seeing. Usually they're very composed and ready to hit it. That last one, it felt like a lot of mismanaged distance control and with ults coming through. It just felt like everyone wasn't really aware of the position that they were playing, and so he created a lot of extra room for assassination with Nova. Aussie over here definitely wants to have distracted a lot of the plays here. You can see the quick toggle away from Ultron as soon as Dixon was slapped up from the air. They said, we're wasting way too much time to take out the squids, and then he gave UNSW plenty of approach from the front, and then as soon as they were given just way too much attention, you have Nova sniping everyone at the back. So with 4 ults loaded, ready to go, Monash needs to immediately find the first cap.
Yeah, need to clear a path. Psylocke wisely said there. So Very keen to see how that plays out for them, whether they are going to be able to make their way over to the mission area here. Goji's locked in, getting some good shots over the top there, taking down those clones. That's priority against a Loki player. Just nullify that healing potential there and do more with it. But BkWhatOCE going to be coming out. OZ going to be the first one to fall there. Lick falling as well. So really good start coming out from Monash here. They're zoning out these KOs one after the other. And they're not all going down at once either. So it's going to be a very staggered respawn coming out from UNSW, which allows Monash a decent amount of time to just trickle up that percentage there and see if they can hold on for a while longer.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do as Monash. Quickly get that cab, invest, and don't really have to get all of the ults out. At this moment, it seems like a really good position for them to just continuously hold and maybe poke. There's a little bit of boundary that's going to be used just to have that cutoff. In the meantime, you can see the Luna just investing into it. Here comes the ult being defended completely. Dance with the butterfly into fatal. The world's here doesn't really get close to the KO until now. You went the one with an extra little bit of damage. They do find the DPS necessary to take it. You can see Nova chasing it down. Really wants Watch to be picked off as well, and it's going to be just fine. So it is going to be the reverse cap. But if we have to have a look at it, Monash does have the potential to come back in really quickly. 3 ults that they can use and abuse. And definitely need Joji to just quickly pop off and get those resets. In the meantime, UNSW, Frost and UN the one can do devastating amount of blasting. Just depends on what the position is going to be.
Ooh, Freedom Charge coming out. It's time for BkWhatOCE to activate. Time for BkWhatOCE to deliver. Oh, Agamotto, boom! They managed to catch Genzo, but they're not going to be able to do much with it. Here comes the Eternal Bond as well. Runk bringing out the Fate of both worlds. It's all coming online here. We'll see who's going to be primed up to give some more. Ozzy in a bit of trouble. Not going to be able to get cozy. Student is putting in the hard yards here. Frost doing one and the same. Trades coming out for the KO department. No one able to get on top of it. Frost still alive for the moment, but perhaps not for much longer. Well, Nova going to be the first one down, so good focus from Joji there, but this portal could be a nice saving grace from UNSW.
Oh, this could be sneaky as well. No one's on the site right now. And so they just quickly rush in. Alright, so very minimum little bit of resistance here, and the rest of them has to go back in. Boundary quickly invested. And you can just see Dance of the Butterfly running it through. They are going to find Dixon and charge him to the back, in a little bit of a pickle. Does get picked up by Ronkia. Nice assisted DPS, but that is going to be a huge punish. Yanzo fighting a triple. Sacks this one up and successfully gets them all away. And then you're just out of here. Nice little bit of good distance. Nice measurement. And Monash finally alive.
Wow. Very, very impressed with how that one went there, Emp, and really keen to see what they're going to be able to do. Getting deeper into the piece, you got Joji dealing some damage. Dance to the Butterfly coming out, though. Okay. We're going to get a ton of damage out of that one, and see what else they can bring into the fray here. OT timer. And just see what they can do. Agamotto coming out. Freedom Charge over the top. Everything punching ahead of this one. A Link even bringing out the God of Mischief. Okay. So everything is just activated at this point, and no one's able to get on top of it just yet. But it looks like UNSW might actually find the lifeline, and there it is.
Oh, and that's really unfortunate. Student here using the ult here, thinking that maybe they're still in further play, but it's going to be thwarted away from it, and they get nothing out of it. Meanwhile, they are going to both be staggered back, which means that this is crucial moments that UNSW has able to put for themselves, and then they can see it. There is going to be a portal that's going to be channeled. You can see that they want to quickly stop it, but it's not going to be fine. Corner Proteus is going to be used, and there is a little bit of preemptive. Got to be careful here. Genzo does get punished, and it's going to be completely taken out of the fight here. And with just the teams being staggered up, this might not be enough for them to recapture. So this OT goes in, and Kraken Impact is here, but so is Smash here. They are going to get this one in. That's what the Butterfly looking to just get everyone away from the side. You don't get to continue this play. And all of a sudden, UNSW, they get the first map.
That's it. Take it away. 2 points to none at the moment. So solid approach coming out from our UNSW players there on a Krakoa. And that is going to be first map locked down. A lick to be the MVP. Yeah, vote Loki. Love to see it, Emp. I'd vote Loki. But that's going to be map 1 in the bag for UNSW there. So, Monash, what can they do here? Curious to see where we're going to go in terms of convoy time, because it's all starting to heat up right here.
I don't think it was the worst performance coming in from Monash, but it definitely had a lot of things that it was missing from the previous weeks. And I do say, you know, when you do have to use those bands just to lock away those front vanguards, you do open yourself up to a whole heaps of trouble right after. It means that, you know, Psylocke is there, your Loki and everything is pretty much uncontested. Having a Luna Protect is definitely something that every team needs. So without having a Luna to extend the fight, you can see that OT was just doomed from the beginning. While I love the Cloak and Dagger lock-in, it's still, I don't know, I feel like it's only there as a second half measure where, yes, it's great, but it's no Luna, it's no proper team up that we can use and abuse as well. So definitely curious to see what the answer is coming from Monash.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as well, because, I mean, it really felt like they were disconnected, dejected even, coming into that one. It seemed like that they were like a husk of their normal potential. So I don't know what's going on there, Emp. I feel like, yeah, something doesn't feel right. You know, it doesn't feel like the Monash we're used to. So we'll see if they can bring it back into map 2 there, because yeah, I feel like that there's more than meets the eye. But not to discredit UNSW at all, they played an incredible game. You know, it felt like they were locked in basically the whole sector there. I was really impressed with how they were able to navigate the mission area. You know, there was always full focus towards the objective there. Like, it was paramount to just build up that percentage and just keep putting in the hard yards, and it paid dividends tenfold, right? They managed to get both points locked down for the mission areas there and got the map win. So yeah, big props to them. But curious to see how this next map is going to fare. You know, are we going to be seeing a series done and dusted from UNSW here, or is it going to be something else entirely from Monash? We'll find out on to Spider Islands. Tokyo 2099 is going to be the next map on the horizon here for Convoy. So, need to see which one of these teams can give it their absolute best here.
Yeah, this will be a rather, I guess, a significant approach coming in from Monash. If they can't, you know, get the result that they desired in the beginning, and it's just, you know, still the same dejected form that we see right now, definitely it could just be a really quick map. But then, you know, it's hard to say. I'm actually stunned by what UNSW has put out. You know, right out of the gates, they had all the answers. It was an incredible Hulk play as well. Like, not to discredit any of the other players on the team, especially like in respect to how Lick and Nova was playing. But wow, that Hulk was just massive. Kept on, you know, being annoying. Kept on, you know, keeping, I guess, Aussie up as well, having a lot of good shield, a lot of good exiles as well. And I think the way that they timed on the support to get Smash out was just next level. Now, we haven't seen some of those things ever since like season 0 or 1. And to see it being relieved back out makes me really happy, because you always have to remind them that everyone is puny minus Hulk. And that's exactly how they should be playing. But yeah, Curiosity is definitely going to be killing the cat right here, where we are going to be seeing a Monash team that needs a little bit more of a, I guess, a band-aid on the current teamwork or on the current team composition to protect. And the band phase definitely is going to play a key role right here. And seeing how they take the measured approach is going to be a rather interesting turn of events.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely going to be a pretty interesting sort of events to see, I guess, how they approach this one as opposed to the first one there. I'm curious, yeah, if after this first map, they've been tested and now's their prime opportunity to take that warm up and turn it into a real game. See if it makes us end up in that 1-1 scoreline, and then we go the full distance. All three maps there, or something else entirely. Like it's definitely all going to be tested as we get into the ban protect phase here. You can already see some high priority picks being hovered, but we'll see what is allowed through and what isn't.
Okay. Well, there you go. The double Luna. You don't get to play it. I don't get to play it. No one gets to play it. And I think that's just the respect that they're going to have to give to each other. But meanwhile, Monash is still going to have that protect around the Captain America. I don't think WotOCE did any bad job of playing Cap in the last one. But, obviously, it's not the same kind of Cap that we're used to. And then having a ban and a protect on the Mantis makes things very interesting, because this has to result in further bans on the support or even on the Vanguard. So you can see it. There's going to be the Ultron ban, and then I guess Johnny Storm will be interesting, but a Loki ban probably would be something that they need to consider, because if there is going to be potential for UNSW to also protect a Loki or even have that Psylocke protect, it's going to mean very bad news for Monash.
Agreed. Taking out these high priority picks there is just going to do so much hurt to them. And being allowed to get that protect onto the Loki there is really going to give them a lot of firepower. Like having the Mantis at their disposal as well this time, it's big. It's huge even. They aren't going to have access to that Eternal Bond though. Like I can see out of the bans from Monash, it's just mostly strategists, if I'm honest. Like as opposed to the singular ban on the Torch Duelist, which makes heaps of sense considering how much power you can get if you have access to the Human Torch there. So great to see that one is going to be taken out, but Loki will be taken out there. So see you later that one. But UNSW not too worried. They're going to be okay to have Loki themselves. They've taken it away from Monash, so that's going to be a problem, but it's the least of their concerns, I suppose, considering they can still approach the game a whole other way comparable to their opponents.
Yeah, both teams having 3 supports and a torch being banned just goes to show how much of a difference that the current meta is going to be, is that it's fully focused on your ability to flex and just run around, not be contested when it comes to healing the team. My biggest question here is that while this is a rather good kind of look from Monash, it's also a little bit of a lack in the front line, right? Because WotOCE's majority is going to be dashing in and out, looking at whatever he can pick and whatever he can get, and then making sure that he's gonna just remain an annoyance to UNSW. And then after that, Genzo, it has to tank up the front with Dixon. So it could be a little bit of a rough one where they are lacking the firepower that's going to be coming in. UNSW though, there's a lot of pipe. The potential is huge. The only variance here is that if they can't keep on holding onto Joji's Black Panther, there's a much different story. But here comes the Black Panther. Get those resets, get those rents in. And that was heaps of damage, lots of meters being built. And you can just see that the rest of UNSW has no choice but to give a little bit of room.
That's it. Commanding space there, passing them away. Ooh, big catch coming out though. Frost in trouble. Gento gets the better end of that engagement. Looking for more as well. They will finally be punished, but you can see they're not going down without a fight. They are putting in a lot of effort here to try and keep control of the pacing, try and keep control of the momentum, but at the moment it just ain't happening. Like Monash struggling to deliver more out of this one thus far. They are just going to be held back for the time being. See if they can get some more done, as they're just stuck at a crossroads at the moment. But I mean, there's always going to be a way through eventually. But I think UNSW might be a bit closer to finding a distance closer there. And they have found already. Nice KO on a Dixon 99. Got us a death is online. Got a mischief as well. Meteor M. All possibilities starting to really build up for both of these teams here, but no one dares to find the activation yet.
Oh, that was absolute filthy coming from Frost. Knows exactly the timing to be finishing, gets the reload, and then finishes it off. So just like as I was saying before for Monash, right? While Walsh is going to be that annoyance and trying to buy the distance, forcing NSW back a little bit, but the rest of NSW has been very confident in the aiming, so the front has suffered so much. So here comes the internal bomb, Meteor M, go for the counter, and Goddess of Death to try to get a little bit more value. But here is some soul resurgence that they have to deal with. And when you have to deal with this, you just have to invest a little bit more. So Invisible Boundary is here, and so Inferno gets nothing out of it. But that is a huge sleep, and there is still a little bit more fight. Here comes Freedom Charge, trying to find anything, and he's going to be rewarded with Frost and Lick.
That's it. Ooh, Karmic Revival coming out there, bringing back OZ Lick. You ain't the one, never going down, however. So going to be stuck out of that one, but they have brought Runk back, so at least they're bringing back some of their fighting potential. But I mean, it's all just getting knocked down one after the other here, and we'll see what else is going to be on the way through there. They slowly but certainly push the mission vehicle up towards the first checkpoint. Ooh, and there is resistance. 1.11 meters there. Meteor coming over the top. Boop it through, perhaps. Boom. I don't get much, but they do find Nova there. So good hits coming out onto the strategist. Now shutting down Lick as well. Nova coming back in the cocoon, though. Trying to see if they can shut down more of that healing potential. But it just doesn't happen. UNSW, they prevail, and there's only time for maybe one more push here from Monash Amp, and this is our tough watch.
This is definitely tough, because if you look, Frost and UN the one, this is a deadly combo. All they have to do is just get the team up for that Meteor M, and that's pretty much all you can say for the backline. So, well, she's going to quickly go through, but Yuvan has gone down a little bit early. That takes his OT really to the worst place that you possibly can. And with that destroy to play, there is just so little things that Monash can do. There's nothing to prevent it. Yeah, and a little bit of celebration coming from UNSW. They realize that they've got this one in the bag, preventing the first cap point. This makes UNSW's mission a lot more easier.
Yeah, I can agree. I think that it's definitely a lot more certain for them, but we'll see what they are going to be able to do jumping in into the rest of this one. We've got Iron Fist potentially on the horizon here. So looking pretty solid so far, but we'll see what the reality of the roster is going to be looking like in a second here. So we jump into it. Picks coming out. Ooh, Runk on the Jet. Yeah, Lick still sticking it out on the Mantis. So I think it's just looking pretty solid, honestly, Em.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about the current state of things. It feels like Monash now is going for the Hail Mary. Definitely trying to get the DPS to be as stable and consistent as possible, while she's still going to be on the off chance to maybe pick something apart. But this could also just go really badly for them, right? It's not like there's a handshake agreement that everyone's going to play something wild. It's just that UNSW, they are in a commanding little bit of position where they can use to gamble these chances. And look at that! There was so much potential for Level to pick it, but yes, the opportunity was denied. Oh, the Ren also not enough to fully connect, but they are just trying to run at them. This is gonna give Monash a little bit of room and a little bit of play that they were looking for. And I guess that was just the plan all along, right? Where you play something more wild, you go for all the impossible stuff, and that might be what you're looking for. But then anyone that gets knocked out like that, Goji is gone. This gives UNSW the edge up, where they are able to buy themselves some room. Aussie here looking for the Rencia. It's just not going to get the turn, but Nova does find it. Cross finds Genzo. And this calls for an immediate portal.
Yeah, I think they're really desperately going to need like something to stop them. You know, I think that the distance is closing very, very quickly. So we'll see what they can do. What's coming out again? Oh, Jeff Time coming out here. They catch no one. Oh my gosh, absolutely no one. We'll see what else they are going to be able to do here. 2.5 minutes to go. Amp, they're getting blocked out. Oh, the obstacle's in the way. They can't stop them. They need to run over the top. But it ain't happening. Oh my gosh. Imprisoned on the other side of the gate there, Amp. And UNSW shut it out.
Yeah, I did say Monash needed the portal straight up, but they elected not the portal. And so, yep, that was always gonna start. And you have a GF MVP coming from Runk. I'll take that. I'll take that. It felt like, UNSW, they had all the methods, all the solutions for tonight's match. They really just ran the show. Not much to really talk over about how much, if there's any mistakes from Monash. It just felt like that they weren't really here tonight. And so that's definitely a little bit of a disappointment coming in. But I'm sure Monash is one of those teams that can make a massive comeback right after. In the meantime, UNSW, it's just a celebration show. They had the stage, they took it in stride, and they just displayed all the talents on their team, and they can flex whatever they want, and they can just play it however they want it.
That's it. They're giving it their all and really trying the very best that they can there. So, solid stuff coming out from UNSW. They've definitely proven themselves here tonight and shown that they mean business here towards these games, Mr. Amber. So, really impressed with how they've been able to compose themselves all throughout the series there. It just seemed like they were in control the whole time. Like they were always in the driver's seat, and it just felt like Monash were stuck playing passenger.
Yeah, it just felt like one of those things. And I think when it came down to Spider Island, we saw a little bit of initiative coming in from Monash, but then it was all UNSW. Even during the wild picks here and there, they all said, you know what, let's just have a look at what we're going to be potentially facing up. And even though they lost to really early in the beginning, they saw the angles and they said, all right, let's just take it like this, buy the room, play a traditional style one more time to play for the counter, and it just worked out in spades.
That's it. All worked out in the end there, but you know what else is going to be working out? Our preparations for a good old break. We are going to be coming back to you with some cool stuff right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here for Marvel Rivals. It's time for an interview with Lick!
Hello.
Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you on board. Honestly, what an incredible game. I cannot believe it. I'm stunned with what you guys were able to do there. And I guess, talk me through it. Like, what do you feel like was the big factor for you guys being able to just be such a driving force through that series? Because, like, Monash just felt like a shadow of themselves compared to you guys this week.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a surprise. We thought it would be a much harder game, but we're definitely like very locked in today. I think our bans and picks were like really good. I think Monash definitely trolled their bans first time around. Yeah, without banning Luna. But second time they did a lot better. But yeah, I mean, overall we're just very locked in today, and have been for the entire season.
Yeah, I feel like going through all the competition that we have at Elite Series, we rarely see the Hulk and the Maw team up. Was that something you guys prepared prior to it? Because obviously, with all the meta changes and all the composition being refreshed here and there, like it still remains to be one of the picks that not everyone is used to, and you guys swung right out the gates with it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think it is that good. I think it's actually pretty bad, but I know Frost really enjoys playing Hulk, and I mean, anyone can play no more. So just we like to have fun, and that's Frost's. I don't know. He likes to have fun on that character. That's why we kind of pick it.
Yeah, no, good to see that you guys are able to have a bit of fun with it. You know, in those certain situations, you can definitely get a lot of value there. So great to see how that's all working out. But I guess playing into this competition and other competitions, you know, like namely MRC around the corner, how does it feel, I guess, playing with and or playing against some of your teammates through AEL here?
It's fun, honestly. Like I really enjoy it. Changing up teams all the time, playing in 2 different tournaments, 3 tournaments, including MRI. It's really fun.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's interesting seeing how everyone plays the game. Like everyone has a very different, I guess, way of playing, and going from team to team, it changes, and it's really fun to see that. And it also just kind of makes you better at the same time. You gain a lot more knowledge from it. So it's very nice.
Yeah, that's great to see that, you know, you can expand your own knowledge and I guess help support the scene in the same right, you know, by playing with various different players from various different callings there. So that's great. But, you know, great to see you guys get a win here tonight once again. And yeah, we really appreciate you coming on board to answer our questions tonight, Leek. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. So great to get our players on board for an interview. As always there, Emp, you know, always exciting to hear about how they're feeling about the game, how they're feeling about various competition. You know, obviously there's a lot of competition throughout the Marvel Rival space at the moment. You know, definitely a lot of focus through all different fields. Like Leek said, they're playing 3 different tournaments at once. It's crazy. Absolute madness. Just like our next match. Let's take a look at what that's going to be. UTS taking on RMIT. Woo, here we go. These teams are going to be firing up as well. And you know it's going to be a fun one when you see RMIT involved. UTS no exception as well. This is going to be great.
Yeah, I think we are in a really good place right now with UTS, Fluente, Milk, Dinosaur Pillow, Anthony, Jisuni, and Gas OCE. On the side of RMIT, we have Air Ninja, Smiles, Kari, Out the Roof, Keto, and Inside Coin 53. We've seen these guys compete against each other so many times and, you know, do very well. We've seen UTS right now definitely one of the teams to look out for that's remaining on the top with RMIT. And so definitely a lot of eyes is going to be speculating to see just how much both teams have prepared into tonight's match. I will have to say, like, this is the order in reverse. Usually we only get to, you know, the sweet, the dessert after we finish the main. But right now our main is the dessert. You know, we have the first match already done with UNSW against Monash, and now we have UTS against RMIT. It's just going to be a sweet one.
I reckon it's going to be pretty fantastic, honestly. I think that, yeah, all teams involved are going to have a great time. You know, a really great time. It's going to be good. It's going to be great, even. I'm curious if there's going to be Jeff in this game as well. I think we saw a little bit of Jeff potential before Emp, so maybe it's Jeff time.
Yeah, I think Jeff definitely has a lot of plays into this one. Yeah, I don't know. I just think that the potential definitely would be here.
Oh yeah, being Krakoa.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good time on Krakoa once again. I think we were there last series as well, so deja vu. I feel like I've been in this place before. We'll see if we are going to be drifting around it, just like the drivers in the Gunma region there. So definitely keen to see how that all goes down. Emp, as we get into Krakoa Domination, our first map of the day, shortly on its way, and it's going to be fun.
Well, fun is what we'll be looking for. So here comes to protect, and okay. Here we go. I was gonna say, it's like, what happened? It's like, do we not get to see the protect in their ban phase? But no, we are gonna get him. So current hover is still gonna be centered around that DPS, which I'm all for. On the side of UTS, I think for them is more of a shutout for them that they want to deny Kari on their pick. Order on the other side, I guess you can deny one, you can't deny both. They are gonna have their torch enabled, so that's gonna be quite interesting. UTS, meanwhile, can be looking to lock away the Luna and protect their own Luna, which forces RMIT to look at further plays of supports, and could even be a DPS ban away as well. So just like that, there's the Luna right here, protect and ban. RMIT, be interesting to see how they're going to follow it up, because their 3 upcoming bans can definitely shape things into how they want it, because it's such a heavy DPS fight that they are angling for. So they are also going to be angling at the DPS log, so they don't want any Death of the Butterflies to be up here as well, which puts an interesting question here, because UTS can open up and ban away another support.
They sure can. We'll see if they are going to be looking at another strategist. Heavy focus on Ultron. You know what? Fair enough. That does not surprise me at all. There it goes. So, not going to see the Rage of Ultron today. I do love the capabilities of that ultimate, honestly. You know, being able to heal your team so much and damage down the enemies. Like, it's just really something incredible to tap into there. But, speaking of incredible, God of Mischief is out, and they have access to that Lunar Snow as well. It kind of plays into what we heard from Lick in our previous interview, right? Where if you let the Lunar Snow through, it definitely can come back to bite you, considering the power and potential of that strategist. So definitely curious to see what is going to be its way through for this one. But looks like there is the mag ban coming out from RMIT there. So that's good in the sense that they can avoid the Meteor M. That's definitely been a high impact Vanguard ultimate. And it looks like they're going to get that protect on Loki as well. So everybody's going to be playing Loki today. That's great. That's fantastic. Now, we'll see what the next ban is though. Oh, Cloak. Going to be banned out. Wow. Big focus again, like on those strategists. It just really limits what they're able to do. We could see Jeff come out if we're lucky, or maybe, you know, Adam or Rocket, who knows. Nah, they got Mantis and Loki though, so I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think this is one of those problems that you have to deal with in current patches. How many I guess these healers in the backline are you happy to be dealing with? Now, obviously, the high impact here is going to be that Luna first, and then followed by Loki and Mantis, obviously. But since we didn't have those bans angling towards it, both side is going to have a good access to a Loki just in case to get into it. And RMIT will rather have the Mantis out. So I'm personally a fan of that. It does add that extra little bit of flavor to your team, and whatever that you are dealing with that high impact DPS, you want to get that buffed up. So it's going to be good news for RMIT. And Ninja onto his signature pick with the Magneto. It's going to be offering tons of resistance to make sure that they don't fall. But all eyes are upon UTS. Look at this. Gas OCE. G-Suni with Spidey. Like, this is not something that we see right out of the gates. This is something that they put out typically on the second or maybe the third map. You don't see it come right out of the gates, especially Gas here. So they're looking at a full little bit of a lockdown. Never mind. It's going to be a full portal play into this play, and they're going to fight Insert Coin instantly.
They certainly are. We are jumping in onto the coin instantly there, and you get to see how things are fair once we get into the mission area unlock. Almost taking control of it. RMIT striking back at the right moment, though. Jaesoon in a bit of trouble. Smiles goes down. That's a big impact. Vanguard out of here. So RMIT just going to be held back for the moment. Trying their best to dish out some damage. OTR there. Particularly going to be pumping out a lot of damage with the machine gun. Trying to see if they can stop anyone in their tracks. It's good that they do have Jaesoon on the Spider-Man, though. Look at that, trying to see if they can shut down the torch, and they will. The KO comes through on the Kari there. That is going to be a big problem.
Yeah, I think from the beginning, pick onto Instant Coin really surprised them, but that's a good pick onto Gas as well. It just felt like that portal did way too much in the beginning, so Final Judgment here is going to be fully charged up. Spectacular Spin is going to be denied with Dinosaur Pillow as well. So that is at least going to be good news on the start of RMIT, where they are looking to be contesting. But the thing is, when you contest, Fatal Both Rails just extend the fight so much that you have to wait literally until the rest of the squad is being taken down. Gas, once again, being picked apart here is going to be a rough one. So there is going to be the trade, Goddess of Death with Supernova, and Kyrie is going to tell them why that this torch pick is just so significant. Jisuni also being picked apart. So there is a little bit of a stagger here and there, but not enough to truly stop UTS as of the moment. But RMIT, they finally get an investment done, and they are going to get the cap.
That's it. Big investment does pay off in the end there. They do have Dinosaur Pillow and Gas OCE to worry about, though. Both Vanguard Ultimates online could definitely turn the tides. I noticed that Jaesoon is pretty close as well to that spectacular spin there. Taking a lot of damage, though. Might not allow its activation, but the healing's working out well. Freedom Charge online for the moment from Smiles does allow them to push them away from the mission area, so it's great to see that they're really just drawing things out. But speaking of trades coming out in the KO department, Kettle going down, going to be, I'd say, a higher impact player to lose, as a matter of fact. Speaking of, Final Judgment's out. There's the trade on the Dinosaur Pillow, looking to see if they can catch anyone else as well. They need that healing. OTR doing leaps and bounds to keep them away from the mission area. That maintains course on the percentage there, but OTR is found by Jaesoon, and that's going to be big problems ahead.
Oh, here comes a little bit of Midori looking at the side swipe, doesn't really get it, but Kari goes down. And meanwhile, there is going to be a little bit of resistance here. The rest of the mop-up squad is here. Oh, but Anthony gets picked apart right here, which means that this is going to lose a lot of power. They do get the Karo trade, but the thing is that our Agamotto has to find them all. While they are going to find a little bit of a play, Milkis is going into here. It's still going to be RMIT fully with this encapsulator play. They are going to make sure they stick it onto the point, and no one can extend this. Anthony also being just sniped from afar knows that this is going to be RMIT completely locked down on that first little bit of a point.
Wow. Really impressed that they managed to pull it through there. You know, good capture coming out over the top, and I reckon they're going to be looking to do much more as well. So solid stuff coming through in the beginning there, but still much more work to be done. You know, you got 3 ults online for UTS here. I have Agamotto, Fate of Both Worlds, and the Goddess of Death there. So I'm liking their odds, but we'll see what they are going to be able to maneuver, because RMIT, they've still got that Soul Resurgence available on BkWhatOCE there, so keen to see if that one gets activated quick. But I mean, you also have to take into account Kari being around the corner with the Supernova. So there's a lot of offensive capability, but in the current state, I feel like UTS may just have the edge to get it over the line and take that early mission area control. But given that there is still time to build up your ult percentage here, this could allow RMIT and UTS for that matter to bolster their arsenal a bit more.
Yeah, I think the perfect DPS did come from RMIT, where, you know, they get the buff in damage, they get the buff into their speed. OTR, as soon as you give this guy just a little bit of room, he just constantly mash onto the DPS damage. It's just so good. Meanwhile, Air Ninja, you know, I did say this was his signature pick. You know, he gets that mag out, he just completely plays it really well. Here comes Final Judgment, looking at maybe something to like get a beam down, but it's going to be unsuccessful. Supernova to the side, and we are just looking to wait this one out. A lot of support has been used right here. Here comes Supernova. Trader once again with Goddess of Death. While you do get a little bit of this and that, it's just still going to be a trade here. Milk News with OTR. I have AGON trying to get a little bit of value, but finds nothing in the second. And while you can see it, this is the value that Captain America is continuously able to pump until you get grabbed. But Goddess of Pillar is out of here.
That's it. Gonna be absolutely out of here, and we're gonna see if they can do more. And Song Inferno coming out from Jason there. Anthony's down. A good targeting coming out from Smiles. Gonna be able to get that KO through. More to follow, it would appear. RMIT locked into this one. Absolutely pushing UTS as far back as possible. And this is actually really big. Getting these staggered KOs is only going to earn them more potential, but losing Kari there, going to be a little thorn in their side, but they still have plenty of numbers on the mission area in order to hold things down.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you can look to push, but, you know, a little bit of overzealousness can definitely cost the team. Anthony here, looking for the off-angle plays. The last few Goddess of Death hasn't really worked out for him, and now has to deal with a combo. RMIT, you know, with just Air Ninja alive, can mean that he can cut it off. And Goddess of Pillar overstepping here, looking for the trade, but that shield coming from Air Ninja just saved him completely from 0 to everything to 100. Anthony, you know, once again, it's just not finding the right angles right now. It leaves so much room for Odo to just go and mop up. I was also very happy to just take this little bit of trading damage. Says, yeah, you can, you know, mark me, I can explode, you know, I can take all this consistent damage. But at the end of the day, it's still just going to be a temporary measure where I can just completely buy team for this. And look at this Final Judgment, forces God of Mischief, get the Fatal Both throws out, but it's just not enough. Dude goes down for nothing.
It goes down for nothing. Gonna be in big trouble there. The Supernova still putting in the work, and we'll be able to catch them over the side. So, planning ahead, RMIT gonna be in control of this one, finding KO after KO, just trickling them through. UTS still got that potential. There's still opportunity for them to perhaps get onto the point, should they have a nasty little portal available, perhaps. Something else along those lines. There we go. Smiles trying to see if they can shield them out there. Do have other ultimates online as well. Meteor comes through trying to boot them off the mission area, but it just ain't happening, Emp. It's all heating up.
Well, here we go. Instant coin. We already got the Luna here. Channel it in. Oh, that could be big. Looking at the backline, the AGON. Unfortunately, gets nothing. And Song Inferno. It's just used as an afterthought, maybe trying to get a little bit of significant damage. But at this stage, Smiles gets the shield value, just completely being a nuisance to the rest of the UTS squad. They can just see how much flying power, how much suppression that they have to deal with. They don't even get a chance to be playing for this one. And all of a sudden, it is a huge RMIT play.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Emp. I think it's a massive RMIT play there, and it was really impressed with what they were able to do with it. You know, I think that they took some grand control. And they were able to stroll ahead and go leaps and bounds in a positive direction. OTR are going to be the MVP there, and fair enough. I think that as the Punisher, they were able to dish out a ton of damage. I mean, you'll be able to see in the stat line in a second just how much damage they're able to pump through. You know, like 28,000 damage is just insane. Like, you'd think that the Torch, right, would be the massive impact maker, but no. It was definitely OTR just smashing out that damage, really keeping them online there, and putting in a lot of hard yards. But I mean, no discredit to their vanguards either. You know, we saw players like Smiles manage to get some sneaky KOs through, really trying to keep their team alive as long as possible. And one and the same, you know, Dinosaur Pillow, Gas, putting in a lot of work as well there. So really big props to our players so far for just giving it their all, giving it their best here, Em.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you have to think about, right? You got those high value picks. You're expected to completely dominate with it. I just felt like everything was a little bit lackluster, right? You had Anthony on the Hela, you had Jisuni. It was on Spider-Man, and then back onto the Phoenix. It's just that they find as much DPS as they can, but then they don't really have any measure to control against Smiles, and Smiles just keeps on running the show. And then the rest of the backline has to deal with Otter and Kyrie as well. And meanwhile, you know, Instacoin didn't really start the best, but then really recovered quickly. It was just a thorn in their way. And Kero. Like, this Mantis just danced, aims for the head, and just kept on everyone up, especially when, you know, we had the final judgment up coming from Order, and the Soul Resurgence also up as well to offer, you know, a lot of protection, but also to make sure that there's just a ton of support coming through that no one from RMIT is going to fall really easily. And so, you know, things do come into a little bit of a momentum shift here, where you would think that there's going to be a lot of preparations against RMIT, but it just felt like RMIT was the one that was prepared, that they already knew what they were playing into, which means that, you know, even though they lost the value strategist picks right here, they said, that's fine. We have the means, we have the ways, and that's how the show is going to be.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's the beauty of it, isn't it, Emp? Where, you know, sometimes you might not be able to find the optimal lineup of heroes, let's say, that you're going for, but the ability in order to be able to adapt around those circumstances in that ban and pick phase there, or ban and protect phase there, is really going to be able to take you leaps and bounds. You know, it's just really important that you give it your best and try and navigate the circumstances to the best of your abilities. And it's definitely going to be taking them in a positive direction. You know, they managed to adapt and conquer. It was fantastic, but still going to be more maps on the horizon for this series. You know, that was only the first one, Emp, and I guess the pressure really is on UTS in order to try and adapt around that first loss that they took there. And we'll see what that looks like, as I believe we are going to be heading towards a convoy map. So get excited for that. I think it's going to be making our way through to Arako. So get keen for that one, Emp. It's time to get down to business here.
Okay, it's Arako time, and this is one of those things that, you know, either you do very well or you're just permanently stuck. Oh, yep. So, with that being said, you know, we do have the torch being acknowledged. Both sides is not going to be able to play it, but then you do have the protect with the Psylocke, which I think is personally, you know, one of the best things that you can do right after the gate with torch. And now a Luna ban and the Luna protect should be coming through on the side of UTS. RMIT can follow this one up with further bans and into the support, because if they follow exactly their method, the next 3 bans should all be supports onto it. But then, you know, because they have protected and locked in their Psylocke, it's just a straight up denial. It's like, only we get to play it, you don't get to play it. So yes, you will be able to get a little bit more of a support and dictate how that's going to be for UTS. But then again, while we did have that freedom of choice for UTS from the first round, it didn't seem like it was all that impactful. So a low-key ban followed by an Ultron ban just speaks volume on what RMIT wants to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely showcases the kind of game that they're trying to play here. A game they are trying to deliver. So, eager to see how it's all going to play out. I do like how they've managed to keep Psylocke online for themselves here for RMIT. I think that one is just such a high value duelist because, I mean, if you're within the ultimate range for the Dance of the Butterfly, then you can't do much. Like you take the damage. Unless your strategist is going to be able to heal you through it, you're in a bit of trouble, to say the least. Big trouble, even. So, yeah, definitely eager to see what is going to come from this one, Mr. Amp, and what they are going to be able to do getting deeper into the party here. So we get our last ban. I thought it was Punisher for a second, but no, it's Magneto. See you later.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
That's quite interesting because a mag ban in reverse into ETS just means that yes, there is going to be a little bit of an extra denial to the front, but I don't think it's going to be the biggest problems coming through because I know Magneto ban from the side of UTS means that Air Ninja doesn't get his signature pick. It means that it reduces the overall playage a little bit, but then right after, I feel like it might be a little bit too much here as a map like Aroka, you don't really see more than enough Magnetos to play because just for the corners, it's not the best thing that you can do. I think the biggest value of a Magneto pick is to get the shield through. So if you bubble yourself up, that's great, But then right after that, you'd rather go into the Emma, you'd rather go into the Strange, you'd rather go into the Venom because you can set up to so much of a dive into it. And so, RMIT, they are going to have that kind of option. So Air Ninja and Smiles, they are going to be sticking a little bit more different. So yeah, we'll see if UTS can utilize this pick here with Jisuni right out the gates with that Spidey to buy the room to have a look at exactly what the sus is going to be. But it's going to be a portal denial. Isn't that interesting?
Always good with a sneaky tag, and it works out so well. But they are going to have to push it past this first choke point here around the corner to see if they can gain a bit more momentum, a bit more traction here. Smiles is already looking to pounce around the back there, see if they can pounce on the back line. Look at that, Fluente already down. Goodbye and farewell. But BkWhatOCE falling as well here, so RMIT are picking up the KOs one after the other. They're getting so staggered, UTS. This is a blast push coming out from RMIT right now. Like, having these staggered KOs come through, they're just going to be able to push the mission vehicle so far.
Oh, and he has completely fallen apart to the back. Smiles picking up Milk Muse and gets traded. I tell you what, you would do that trade any single time. It just means that, yes, there's support, there is, things that's going to go down, but, Cap can run back really quick. And this first point, they're looking at a capture, they're looking really quick. I don't think they want to quickly use Final Judgment just yet because it's not the greatest angle. But yeah, at this point, they have to give it up. They don't really get a chance to say anything else as Sanasupilo is gone. And as soon as this KO comes in from Gas, can be looking to pick this one apart. Jisuni, yeah, he knows it. No damage. Dance on the Butterfly just cleans up everyone in the back. That is an absolute spectacular play. And RMIT, like, they have prepared themselves for tonight, I tell ya.
My time to shine.
That's it, prepare for trouble. They are facing it head on. So, see what else they are going to be able to do here. Kari. Ooh, look at this angle. They've been spotted though. But they are still focused up. They're straight onto the strategist there. Big damage coming through. Smiles building up that percentage pretty quick as well. Honestly, like, they're right around the corner from a freedom charge there. Speaking of, though, 3 ults, 4 ults. Wow. Are we getting it all from RMIT? Holy guacamole. That's a lot of commitment there. One of the same from UTS now. Freedom Charge at a delay does come through from Smiles. So good to bring that one out, I guess, at the end there. It does keep them alive a little bit longer out of this one. And see just how far that sustain takes them, because Jaesoon has been putting in a lot of KOs.
Just right there, Smiles was also just aiming to maybe get a little bit more. Gotta be careful though. I think he's not gonna leave. He also just, said, I'm gonna ignore that health pack. It's a little bit more better if I can, try to aim at this. But yeah, no, look, I think UTS finally finding a footing here is great. But then, that's only because Kari was caught rather early in the beginning, and then that ruined a little bit of plan that they wanted to go through. But still, they have to do so much more as gas is just gone. The consistent DPS is just completely beaming the side of RMIT. They know how to be playing to this. They find Jaesuni, and here comes Smiles. He just finds the back as Kari gets taken down. Kraken Impact looking at a little bit of an impact, but gets 0. And this is going to be the contest coming in. The final tank, Dinosaur Killer, also going down. It means that if they do want to contest, it's complete stagnation. And while they trade, it's nothing to deter this push.
Yeah, nothing to deter them there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Ooh. Holy moly. Smiles just getting the sneak attack through on a Milk there. That's going to be a big problem. Losing out on a priority strategist there does allow them a bit more flexibility to push the mission vehicle one a step closer as well. So, let's see. They are going to be able to do here. Shield up for a moment. Oh, here we go. Final Judgment's out. They're pushing around the corner, though. Good to isolate the angles on this one. Look at this. They're forcing them out of position. I like how they're just using this to just bide their time, get a bit more traction onto the mission vehicle. Here comes the God of Mischief as well. Hello. See, they can say goodbye as they jump on to the mission vehicle right now. Fate of Both Worlds coming out there. Fluente good for the copy of that ultimate. We'll see what else they are going to be able to do.
Well, I guess this is still going to be a minor victory from UTS where they have, push RMIT off. But the thing is, they are going to be facing down with a full team that's already ready to go with their ults. UTS has to beat the backline over first. They are going to have 5 eventually. But if there's anything that's going to go down rather quickly, is that tank. I'm so concerned at just how much potential that RMIT can bring to that front line. That Fed just found so much. Here comes production. Cut up both rows quickly. Just used as a counter. Looking to counter and measure into it. Here comes the reverse. Agamotto to the side. Kraken Impact. Also just looking to find something. They're going to get the trade. And so an Inferno has come out. But you can see it. Kraken Impact looking to maybe get another one. But Anthony is gone. And this backline. Nice little bit of freeze. It's going to be okay. But it's not enough as they die in the spawn. The stagger is huge. They're looking at this Inferno to eventually just come down. And it's like, well, yep. Here comes the choke slam. So not much you can do about it as this fight just continues through the dance of the butterfly. Zones them out. And it's just a rough place to be.
OTR bringing out the final judgment as well, trying their best to zone someone out of this, but they're taking a lot of damage in consequence here. Doing the best they can to stall them out though, and it's good that they enabled their team to get a smooth exit out of that choke point there, but see if they are going to be able to find another way in. Gas does have Agamotto available, so that's going to be big for UTS here, I'd say. Ooh, Smiles again. Jumps into the back line. You almost feel sorry for these strategists. Like, they just keep getting targeted by Smiles and have issue after issue because of it. Anthony now has been KO'd out. Would find a bit more. Choke slam coming forward. Trades are coming out left, right, and center, favoring RMIT right now. They've still got Agamotto available if they need it. Fate of Both Worlds immediately activated. Timer trickling here. critical time for ultimates on both sides, but they have to bide their time, play their cards right. Here we go, and Song Inferno, Kraken Impact came out. It's all online here, and they're just giving it everything. There's Agamotto. They bring it out. They aren't getting much value. No one's gone down. The only thing that's going down is everyone in the backline because the KOs blow in from the Dance of the Butterfly. And RMIT lock it down, take it all the way.
Oh, that is the value fee coming in, RMIT. Making sure that they have access to the best DPS that I think is on for this map. You always want to have a solo. You always want to just have someone that weaves in and out, that creates an annoyance and creates the perfect balance of synergy with Smiles. Because Smiles, you know, he looks at the backline, he sees the Loki, he sees the Luna, just instantly pokes it down, chucks the shield, slams everything he can to make this one an absolute horrific game for the strategist. And I gotta say, you know, what do you do at this stage? You know, how do you counter it? How do you balance this one out? UTS says, not to worry. Anthony is now going to be on the Magic. Gas is going to be onto the Groot. And maybe we can just pass by and play a more lockdown play.
I like the potential of a Groot here on the offense because I think it really does allow them that presence to lock down those lines of sight. Like, that's a big part of the Groot play in of itself, right? But obviously getting the damage through from those passive walls as well is just going to be so big for them. But Groot's not coming. We're not seeing Groot. We're seeing Venom. So it looks like they're going for a more divey type composition here. See how that plays out for them. They are going to be sticking it through for the moment. Going to go 2-2-2. Let's see what they can do. RMIT taking a lot of damage already. And they're going to get a KO'd immediately. So that's a big opening found by the UTS side here. They can get straight onto the mission vehicle and just force the issue forward.
Well, you'll take that. In those rare moments where, you know, you're doing a terrible time, and then right after you say, what do I do? And the answer is, you know, just play your game. Maybe things will just happen once again. So definitely not the kind of they were looking at a little bit more of a freak out. What do you do in that situation, right? You just have to keep on buying space. You have to keep on pushing the matter. As Anthony is going to get cleaned up. This off angle onto the height is going to be great. Kari also knows they can just quickly jump down. And that's going to be okay to continuously poke at the backline, just like that Florente has no choice but to quickly pop his lances right here as well and make sure that he stays alive. OTR, meanwhile, can be looking with Smiles to continuously pump that DPS, force him away. Gas is gone, and then it's going to be traded with Kari here, which is surprising. But here comes Florente, finding that room. They want more distance, and they are going to get it.
That's it. Oh, but here we go. Final Judgment coming out. Jason is out of here, and many, many more to follow. They are taking control right now, strolling ahead. Wow, getting the KO from a distance. That's a nice little fadeaway shot there, and they are looking to do much, much more as well. So, solid stuff coming out from RMIT to hold on to this one, and UTS forced into an area of pressure. They got a lot more work to do, but they're on a knife's edge away from 5 ultimates here. So this could be what they need to force it over the line, but they have to play this strategically.
Yeah, they definitely need a little bit more of a show right here. They know that Kari here gets a lot of forces to deal with. Goddess of Death. They are going to first find a few kills here, which is going to be great. Maybe that's just going to be going through. And so on Inferno, massive amount of damage. So Kero is going to be the resulting KO here. But at the same time, got to be careful. You don't want to drop gas here. So nice little bit of E. Going to get the full extra health here. But at the same time, that first little bit of point is keep it contested. And this will be a rough one. As Kari looking to maybe get something, a fatal both throws. immediately channel first. They're gonna find ODR, which is pretty much all they need. Sonic Seduction onto the side, looking to maybe snipe something into the back line. And Kari here, still looking for the opportunity. There's a reverse Ionic Seduction. And there is gonna be another one on the plate of both rails. It continues to be playing through. Insert coin gets blown up. And this is what UTS needs.
Couldn't agree with you more there. Exactly what they need. They need much more as well, where that came from, my man. But let's see what Venom Time's going to be able to do. Going to be able to do much as it is. KO's coming out, even more so OTR getting it done. So RMIT going to be able to hold them back for a while longer. Big pressure for UTS right now. It's make or break now or never, and they're already trading again.
Don't want to be losing your support here, but you got no choice. The point is down. They don't get a chance to even pop the first point, and RMIT, it just looked too good from them. No contesting at all. And this team, reining in, just said, I'm here to play, stay locked in, and stay on the edge of your seat because it's gonna be a blasting.
Oh yeah, blubbering time even. Great stuff coming out there. RMIT going to be able to lock the series down in a 2-0 sweep. So nicely done by them. I think that's been the trend tonight. Honestly, Amp, like, you know, just clean series. Coming out of these first two series, I thought we'd see, I guess, potential for a third map, but maybe something's in the air tonight, Emp. You know, it just seems like more one-sided affairs thus far.
Yep, not even close, baby. That's the way I see it. Where we both knew, you know, the first two was just going to be hotly contested. But hey, you know, two teams said, we're ready to play. The other two teams says, well, I guess you guys get to play. And we are just going to have to work on this for the next week. But still, it is a huge highlight for RMIT. They showed up tonight. They really just destroyed the competition where, you know, you look at Oda, 33 kills. This man was on a mission. He gets picked apart here and there because there's just no mobility for them. But then that's the same pick on the trade-off that you have as Punisher. But big focus on smiles. The way that this man played, that was the next level.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that like there was definitely a lot of impact coming through from Smiles on the Vanguard there, because they were able to put so much focus around the strategists. Like, it just seemed like a big struggle for UTS to support their backline a lot of the time there, because they just had that cheeky Captain America Vanguard to deal with a lot of the time. And I guess that's where RMIT do shine, you know, with their own respective Vanguard. You know, it's great to see that they're taking advantage of that. But I mean, obviously there was more to that as well. You know, they had a lot of potential coming out from their duelists there. Like, there's a reason that well, we'll get into this in a second. So without further ado, we do have none other than the man of the hour. It's OTR!
Hello. How you guys doing?
Fantastic, mate.
Good.
Fantastic. And, you know, I was just about to talk about your damage, and now here you are. Here you appear.
Hey, man. I'm just doing God's work for my team.
That's it. We love it. Just got that Punisher aura. And, you know, I guess playing into that, like, what do you feel played into your team's success? Because it felt like tonight you guys were elevated. Like, there was something different about your team.
Yeah, so from previous weeks, my team and I have learned a lot about how we should play bans, particularly. Because I feel like our team composition going in for the other weeks was letting us down before we even got into the game. So we heavily worked on fixing our composition. And then just today, everybody played out of their minds. Everybody was doing their job perfectly. All I was doing is just capitalizing on what my team was doing for me. It was perfect. Everything lined up the way it was. And I'm really proud, especially from our supports coming. Kari doing Kari things as he always does. That man is the best. He's God's work. And especially our tanks as well. This is also just laying the foundations, and Ninja Smiles always doing it always doing it perfectly. Like, I'm just doing my job. I'm not doing anything more. I'm not trying to make space. They are doing it all for me.
Yeah, look, definitely felt like you guys have the perfect synergy tonight. Do you feel like, when it comes down to fixing your bans and protect phase, coming from the previous few weeks, was that the first thing that you guys decided to focus on, or was there something else that it was in the air? Because tonight we thought it was going to be a much more closer contention, but it was a completely different story. Just looking at how everyone just went, all right, that's just the strategy, and we're gonna nail it.
Oh yeah. I really do believe it came down to our picks and bans, realistically, because I watch League esports a lot, like really heavily, and when you watch professional league, a lot of the games can be decided on their picks and bans going into like the draft of it. And so when I was watching back our games, I was thinking to myself, we're doing our picks completely wrong order. We knew what the meta was going in, and we were prepped for this new meta of this new season. It just we were letting ourselves get fully banned out, and I think just the fact that we were able to get our strategy down and to be able to know what other teams are also running really solidified how well we can play, and we go in with a plan essentially. So just showing up on the day and just like, oh, I don't want to run into an Ultron, but I really do believe it comes down to our draft.
No, that's it. It's great to see that you guys are really, I guess, locked in that regard. I think that, yeah, the drafts can honestly make or break a game, or even a series, or a tournament for that matter, for a lot of teams. So it's good to see that you guys are locked in there. But I guess I'm going to go another direction with you now. What are your thoughts on the new Resource Rumble game mode, and how do you feel that fits into the game? Do you love it? Do you hate it? What are your thoughts there?
All right. The only thing I've seen about it is I've only watched it. I haven't played it. Right? I've been MIA with assignments. From what I've seen visually, I don't want to deal with it personally. Like, I really don't want to deal with this new game mode. Will we have to practice and me to understand it? Of course, but I haven't personally played it yet. I've only watched it. It doesn't seem too bad. I played Overwatch, and similar to Overwatch, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But hopefully, that's our best game mode going forward when we have to play it. So
yeah, we'll see how that fares into the future, and we'll see how the game develops. Keen to see how it goes, but also keen to see how your team goes. A big shout out to you and the team once again for taking away the dub. Really,
thank
huge
you so
result.
much.
And yeah, we really appreciate you coming on board with us tonight.
Thank you both of you for casting, and also thank you to my team. Best team I could ever ask for. I really appreciate them, and yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go, Ev. So great to get some insights from one of our players once again. Our RMIT, just a team of good vibes, honestly. Just positive personalities from all the players that we've interacted with thus far. So really great to see that they're maintaining a positive mindset in and out of the server. I think that that reflects very well through their gameplay. Because I think that factor which maybe not everybody considers is your approach towards the game in terms of your mindset definitely is going to make a big difference there. Staying positive, going to be going leaps and bounds. But we're going leaps and bounds into the rest of this evening. We are going to set things up for what that's going to look like right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here with Matzy and Emperor ZK, and we are proudly brought to you by AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs, but in terms of your time of need for hunger, there's no better to turn to than...
Indomie, the noodle partner made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie migaré will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
That's it. Big shout out to our sponsors, and let's check out what's on the horizon here for our games. It's Swinburne taking on Macquarie's. Oh, we are getting into our next big banger match. And who do we have? Who's this? Oh my gosh. Look at these rosters.
Representing Swinburne, we have Moxicles, Lunafra, John Clefing, Ninobo, Sugar, and Golem Yo. On the side of MQU, you do have Tashi 250R, Accelerate, Crescent, Diluwu, Thumb Chicken, and Bot Frag. We are ready to see them clash once again.
That's it. Ready to see them clash. The Clash of the Titans. And it is going to be absolutely insane stuff coming through, Eb. I reckon these games are going to be absolutely wild. And you know what? What better place to go wild than on Burning T'Challa? It's going to be time to go to Wakanda for domination here for map #1. So definitely excited to see how that goes down, how our teams fare on this wonderful map here. You know, you don't get to go to Wakanda all the time, but when you do, it's so good. So going to be getting our first map underway very soon, and I'm just so curious what the landscape's going to look like in terms of those bands it protects. You know, I think that every team has a unique approach towards it, and I'm curious where the focus is going to lie this time.
Well, if we watch anything, we would keep the ability to bring up the spotters piece coming in. MQU, I guess, you know, they are not going to be too fussed about having the torch being banned away because they can have access early to the Luna. Well, I guess this is one of those things. You ban away a Luna, you pick the Luna, and just make sure that you continuously power. In the meantime, Swinburne here. Yes, you take out the torch, but then you know what's going to be the next one on the board. It could just be something to counter completely, or something that they can pick on the support because they can just play into it as well. So I wouldn't be all too fussed about if they say, you know, we can have the early cloak, we can have the early Loki, but it's going to be the Wolverine instead. That's a very interesting ban here because either someone's got a really nice Wolverine and a protect onto the mag. I'm a little bit bewildered, but I guess this is the strategy that they're going to go with.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes sense. You know, Mag is a pretty solid Vanguard, and I think that if you're able to play around that, then you definitely get a lot of potential. And I mean, seeing the other side, like Macquarie getting the protect onto Luna, Mag is a good solution to the Luna. You know, being able to utilize Mag's Meteor M in order to shut down the Fate of Both Worlds there is just, it's a staple play, right? In part of the meta at the moment. So curious to see what the rest of this draft phase is going to look like. Because they got to lock things up. Okay, no Emma, no Cloak, no Warriors. So really switching sides of the field here, you know, focused up around those strategists, but more rather focused up around the beefier characters for Swinburne there, like the Vanguards, the Duelists. It's interesting to see the different approach towards this, the different takes even.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, having 3 strategists just being locked away here, it just speaks volume. MQU says you're not allowed to play like so. While there is going to be a further ban onto the Emma, like I feel like it goes into a little bit of a misconception that Swinburne still has access to a ton more. So yes, you ban away a lot of this, right? No Cloak and Dagger. There's still the Invisible Woman, which I still think is a very valid pick for this one. You still have Ultron, which by all means, it's still a rather tough one to play against. I still think Ultron is in a really good place. The team up with Iron Man can just wreck everything up. So a more balanced approach where no bans from MQU is going to be aimed at the back line. Rather, they are focusing on that potential DPS that's being output. And Swinburne on the other side is just purely onto utilities. And we'll see what's going to be the play here, because looking at the flex picks, you can see that Swinburne, they've already got more than enough chances to be playing into the front and back. Although the back options has been wide, I mean, it's not that spicy just yet.
Yeah, not too spicy just yet, but it looks like Tashi is bringing out the staple, Star-Lord. So they are going to be playing into the brand new team up between Rocket, Penny, and Star-Lord. So very keen to see how this one goes, because I honestly haven't seen it played once in competitive play so far. This is, I think, the first time I've ever seen it showcased. So I'm kind of curious to see how it plays out here, because I know that Star-Lord is able to, do that little phasing thing similar to some characters around the block there. So need to see how things go heading into this one, whether Tashi can get the full potential, but alas, it's not meant to be. They switch characters, so we are not getting that team up. Oh, darn. Another day. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe.
I think, that's could be in a different kind of a state that you could do C1, but at this second it is still a little bit of a unreliable utility that still best in the meantime. We do have some nice skirmish from both sides. While the walls do come up around the capture point, they have identified the DPS all around. Ashley's going to having access to the full backline here will be a nasty one, because they can't really get out, but then at the same time, MQU has lost a few, just to say the least. A lot of people are quite low here. It is uncontested play from Tashi. Definitely speaks a lot more volume as he's getting the full clips in. And yeah, that's not too much that Jonathan can do about. So it's a rather quick one from MQU, where yes, they've lost a few, but then they know exactly how to be pressing into the play. And it's a lot of confidence that they are just swinging right up there.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot that they can play with here, isn't it? But we'll see. What else is going to be around the corner? Galactic Legend is available now. That's a big one. If they need to use it, they can rely on it very, very easily. But speaking of easily, it's going to be big damage coming over the top here. Ooh, here's that Galactic Legend. Feast of the Abyss could come out onto the strategists here. Oh, the Sedation! That's huge! They've stopped Venom in their tracks, not able to do much with it, but the healing outweighs the damage coming out from that Galactic Legend. Moxicles does get the KO through onto Mag, though, so a nice comeback coming out from Swinburne here. Oh, they're getting so much worth from this. It's huge. Accelerate brings them back, though, with the Karmic Revival. The strategists are back online. The bad guy is back. Everybody's back. And they are getting the work in. Lunafra brings out the Seer, though. So great to see amplified damage, but not for long. Afraid of both worlds is the Meteor. Boom! It's down! Denovo is out of here! And they're looking for so much more. Denovo feasts on those KOs with the Face of the Abyss. The Galactic Legend is back again! Oh my gosh! They've got enough damage! And this is going to be the difference maker for them. They are pumping damage out onto Denovo right now. They found the healing pack, but it's only going to make them last a little bit longer. Oh, Tashi's keen. But alas, they maintained control of the mission area. And what a fight, Eb. It felt like it never ended.
Yeah, well, that's the fight. They need to jump into the point. Oh, no, not like this. It felt like, well, there were some really good swings from both sides. McCory with a huge play on Star-Lord. Just he just wreaked havoc. I'm not sure what the answer was supposed to be coming from Swinburne. The backline suffered so much from his pokes, and it didn't help that he was also boosted. You know, where you have a full boosted clip coming in from Star-Lord, he just does way too much damage. Even if you do have a little utility to survive, I just feel like if you don't look at each other and start pumping your cooldowns onto your backline, they just all melt. And so, you know, we had Swinburne. They had the solutions, you know, they had everything that they wanted to go. But it's just Macquarie winning it out, you know, and Tashi knowing exactly how to be executing it. We'll see if there's going to be a little bit of a switch coming through, but there is going to be a full portal. And this is going to be a special one as they are going to meet them head on. Or is it going to be halfway? Oh, it's going to be pretty much head on. You cut him off from the backline.
Oh my gosh. It's just so much, isn't it, Em? They are going to be able to bump up the volume. Get so much work in. Bot Frag is just getting hit after hit there. They're so close to Meteor M as well. There it is. Already online, so the damage has worked out wonderfully for them. They're going to be able to get control of the mission area here. And looking to see what they can do. Heading through into this one now. Okay, the team up coming out with Jeff and Venom coming out there. So I think we're going to get the healing tendrils, if I'm not mistaken. And if Hella joins into the mix there, we could get a bit more value out of their little temporary stun ability there. So great to see that one being considered. But obviously something going on in the background here. So we're going to have a little pause. So hopefully everything should be all good momentarily out of this one. But Macquarie have definitely done a great job of just dictating the pace into this one, Amp, you know, controlling the momentum here. And it's just been crazy, honestly, to see what they're capable of and how far they've been willing or been able to take it. Like, you know, you think back to that first checkpoint there, how they managed to get the Galactic Legend off 2 times in one fight, which I think is just insane. Like, it was there at the start of the fight, and then it was there to end the fight. It was just so much Galactic Legend. I can't believe it. But, alas, they're doing well, to say the least. So really important and really great to see both teams locking in. You know, Macquarie managing to reap the rewards so far, sure, but I mean, Swinburne are doing the best that they can to really take it to them as well.
Yeah, I think one of the most crucial parts to be taken around is that there's just no answer for Tachi so far, so that Galactic Legend keeps on coming out. And I think, you know, for the first time, we've seen Macquarie swing right out the gates and looking really confident. Crescent, we've seen in the past, not really offered the best kind of solution because they kept on, I guess, being caught off guard or just being outlasted in most of the fights. But tonight was a very different story. Crescent came out, have the full boost right on Tashi, was able to keep up the front as well, all the strategists, and the sedation. I gotta say, that sedation was out of this world. Kept on funding Nobo, and not just on the first map, you know, multiple times. It was just on a very scary moment where it should have been a full impact KO onto the backline. But even just now, you know, we saw that the Nobo really trying to just escape, trying to get onto the point. It's just a massive sedation just comes through, and there was just a sleep put on in the middle of the swing. In the meantime, we are back. Corey definitely dictating the pace in the beginning. I found all the angles, and it looks like, you know, we are ready to play.
That's it. Ready to play, ready to slay. And that's going to be what Botfrag says today. They've taken down Sugar. And now it's all Spice. So John Clefine is going to be initiating the pause there. So clearly maybe not at the end of the rope on this one. So without further ado, we're back. Hello. Fancy seeing you here. Well, what have you been doing here? How did we get here, Em?
Yeah, how do we get here? I mean, we teleported from a different timeline. You know,
I can see the mission vehicle down there. You know, I want to drive the mission vehicle, Em. I want to go there. Yeah, that's where I want to go.
But does it have? You know what? On that little buggy right there, on that little
Yeah.
spider buggy, I want a turret. I just want a turret.
Ooh.
Put onto it. You know,
Yeah.
be really nice, and it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter which hero it is. Anyone can just get onto the turret. Just feel like offer a little bit of pew pew damage here and there. It'll be nice. It'll be a nice change, you know, because what's the point of just being on the vehicle? Like, what's the point of just doing? I think there should be a little bit of change. Does it have to be like a full Gatling gun turret? It can be like a pew laser. It could just be pew 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 like that. That would be cool.
Yeah, I like the sound of that as well, Amp. I think that would be a nice little addition or a nice little change. You know, I think could even play into that with like a little custom game mode, you know, or something along those lines. Like turns the mission vehicle into like a battle tank or something crazy, right? And you can deal damage with it. It'll be fun. But speaking of fun, the Galactic Legend from Tashi is having all the fun. Quad KO coming out, and they are locking things down without a doubt.
Yeah, right here, it really does seem McCrory has found all the angles and that they are going to be okay here. Also to retreat, gotta admit, while they have a significant amount of damage, they're looking to just kick all the final little bit of a play. So, Dumb Chicken, oh, I guess he bought a little bit of room and the rest of the squad has been picked apart. And you can see it, they're desperate trying to make it back into squad. They don't want to get taken out. I don't think, they can do too much to make it out here. McCrory is just running them apart. They don't even give them a chance to make it out. So I don't think there's going to be a portal play as well. It's just that, yep, if there's going to be a portal, so Drop of Me is going to be the one to switch into it. They're going to buy him some room at least. But gotta be careful, this timer is ticking. They're reading into it. You know, and yes, they are going to be putting into the portal. They have 3 people in there. But the rest of the squad is not in just yet.
Not in just yet, but they are going to be in right now. Ooh, Invincible Bolt's going to coming out with the Supernova there, and Obo trying to lock in with Moxicles. The damage coming over the top, but are they going to be able to get it over the line? No, no, no. The fate of both worlds is just too much from Delulu. And they are now locking in the KOs here. Lunafra's down. Everybody's down. And just like that, they stay alive. No, the fight is over. And it will be all done and dusted. My gosh, Amp, can you believe what we've just seen?
Yeah, hey, look, you know, this is McCrory showing up. I was looking for this match coming up, and you know, all eyes was on McCrory because they are one of the 2 bottom teams, and we haven't really seen too much out of them just yet, but they definitely had a lot more to offer. Tonight, they have shown up. They said, all right, we've already got our strategies really down pat. We're going to make sure that you can't really be testing around it. And even though there was a lot of good protect phase coming through, you can see it. McCrory, they angled it immediately. Like all the support at the back line, you know, all the powerful ones are just out. You will have access to Loki, and maybe if you're good at Ultron, you can play into it. But right after that, you know, we know how to deal with it. We know how to deal with at least 50% of how you're going to be playing. And yeah, having just that kind of a scoring does go to show that McCrory has been preparing.
That's it. They've been preparing, been locking things down there. So great to see that, you know, their preparations have certainly paid off, paid dividends even into the Endeavor this evening. Like they're looking really solid so far. And I feel like that's the trend with all the teams tonight, honestly. Like it just seems like out of each series, there's just a dominant force that's been drilling its way through. So definitely impressed with how these teams have been able to compose themselves, how they've been able to really give it their best into, the endeavors thus far, and very excited to see what's going to be coming through next on Yggdrasil Path. You know, I think Yggsguard's going to be a lot of fun for our convoy map, and I think we're going to be having a good old time.
Yeah, I think on this convoy, like it makes and breaks so many teams that we don't know how to splice it. Even though the pick and protect phase definitely had a lot of impact onto that first one, I'm pretty sure that Swinburne is gonna start adjusting their strategies to match it as well. We didn't really see the highest amount of picks because we know that yes, Tashi, had a very good Wolverine and the man, was fully targeted. But then when you look to just play against him, this man was living rent free. That Star Lord yelling, that he's here to play round after round after round. He's just saying, yeah, are you ready for the hail of bullets coming through? I actually think
Nope.
the impact is just so much more better on it. Like, this man should not be on the Wolverine half the time. He should just be on the Star Lord instead.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's definitely going to be great to see. Like, I think Tashi is a real specialist of that hero, and maybe some players just aren't used to that because honestly, I'd say it is definitely a more niche pick. You don't see a Star Lord every day coming out of the mix there, comparable to like some of your more high priority duelist picks. Let's say, like, normally these days you might see Star Lord or Spider Man to try and last minute contest the mission area, but it's great to see that Tashi has reclaimed that hero because yeah, they definitely faced their fair share of struggles with that character, before, but now they're definitely going to be looking super duper solid with it, and yeah, keen to see more from them.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. This is where we go through this convoy map. BkWhatOCE is definitely one that you can look to prove yourself, but like, well, what do you say to that opening, right? When Macquarie was just so strong with it, it looks like it's gonna be the same starter, where Luna is still gonna be the full protect. Definitely shouldn't be changed because it's just so powerful. Despite that, having a little bit of a opening for the torch can work against them. But then again, I don't think they're too overly worried. Their pick and protect has actually worked for them really well, the last one. So I think Swinburne has to change it up a little bit, but no, it's still gonna be that Wolverine. They are still sticking to their guns. They're saying, nope, we rather still deal with our Star Lord. We still don't want to be playing yet. That's still tonight. But there's gonna be the cloak and dagger instead. So I think that could be a little bit better.
Yeah, I think it could be, honestly, maybe a lot better. We'll see what they can do with it though, Emp. I think there's still potential on the way. Still going to be some openings here. So I'm eager to see what they can do with it. But next bands on the horizon, big focus around the duelists and strategists coming out here. And say goodbye to Loki and Magneto.
Okay. I mean, you will just take it. Both sides banning away the Loki is really good. I still think leaving Loki out for free is something that you definitely don't want to be doing unless you're so confident in your front line and DPS that you know that there's going to be an ability for you to play into. In the meantime, no mag and a protect onto Ultron, which is interesting. We didn't really see an Ultron really being utilized until the last round, and there weren't that much focus coming from Macquarie anyway. But now Mantis being focused, I think it is really good, right? When you can have that impact and you lock away the opponent's ability to have the same thing, that is huge. And so Star-Lord gonna be banned away from Macquarie, and they have locked down some of the most scariest backline that they can, and ensure that the opponent can't be playing into the same thing, which means that yes, they can get the ammo out. That can be something that can be playing into, but still, it's rather dangerous.
And the danger is only growing because it's time to bring out the blade. The 1,000-fold slash is coming into this clash, and we got Sugar bringing out the spice there with the Human Torch. Gonna be into the Ultron as well for Golemio there, so and to see how that one goes down just to amp up. We've got the healing tendrils coming out from Moxicles and Novo there, so it's all looking pretty great. I'm not gonna lie, it's all looking pretty awesome, so need to see how it all plays out for them.
Imagine that we get to see it just in this competition. It's like, yes, you haven't seen those healing tendrils, guess what, you're gonna be seeing it now. And that is an interesting fact here, as Tashi being boosted with the Ultron. Look at the damage here. They also found a Nova really quickly. That's rather a bit of a bad news. And this also gives that front line just so much more room to play around with. They are looking to pump them up. Yes, you're able to play Emma, but then Emma can only grab what's on the ground, right? That top is going to be the full counter. And this is where we say, yes, Torch meta is a thing, but Torch meta can only be good if he is completely buffed and busted. In the meantime, they've elected to just kill him. They know he can do enough damage. And this is a rough one, where they've been cut off essentially. The buff of the damage is just completely there. The average of Ultron, if they decide to just force in, but in the meantime, you have a group that's completely playing the blocking game. And they just plug up the entrance, and this is just free distance.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be just a free distance taken there. They're able to cleave their path nice and easily. Ooh, big damage coming out. But Tashi going to be going down. So, Range of Ultron coming out from Golemio here. Ooh, trying their best to do more with it. And there it is. Dragon League Prison. Oh, it's massive damage. Accelerate takes full advantage with a 1000-fold slash as well, so they're just trapped in it. They will be able to take advantage here. Macquarie locked and loaded, and woo! Accelerate. Lean shot to hit the pistol there as well. My gosh. You can just feel the power of the Dampier bloodline there coming out for Accelerate on the blade. Putting in the work.
Just when you thought, this was going to be a one-way show with Tashi, Accelerate reminds us that he's still playing this game. He's just looking to dash in and out, looking to do some maximum cuts here. In the meantime, we haven't really seen Swinburne come back with a better potential to be playing into it, but they're going to also find Moxicles onto the path of retreat, essentially cutting that play off. Here comes Meteor M looking to be locking it down, and it's gonna be Lunafra going down as well. Kraken Impact, they're finding no value. This value is just completely zero in the meantime. Swinburne, they are struggling right now. Things are looking a little bit bad, but at least they're gonna find one kill here. Accelerate goes down, but I don't think Macquarie minds it at all. They are looking to just completely run into the hole, and they say, yep, use your ults, unload it. We're already going to give you zero value to it. But wait! A Strictly Prison is denied. And the Novo picks up a 2-for-1.
That's it, 2-for-1 special. Looking to get more done with it as well. We'll see if they are going to be able to take it one step further. So they cleave their way into this one. Soul Resurgence coming out. Sia's online. Moxicles are looking to lock this one down. Accelerate. In name and nature right now. Woo! My gosh, they just got annihilated away from the mission vehicle there. So big retreat are going to be nice and hasty from Macquarie here. Trying to keep themselves at bay. Just to wait things out for a moment longer. But Swinburne did a good job to force them back as far as they did. If they go too far though, yep, there we go. They are going to suffer the consequences. So now the counterplay is coming through. Rage of Ultron could be a big difference maker if they use it. Well, they're thinking about it. There it is! There it is! They brought it out! The damage is coming through the choke and everybody's getting KO'd here! Oh, it's incredible! The power coming through from Macquarie! But there's more power! The Eternal Bond is keeping this mission vehicle alive!
It's a bit of an issue here as, you do have the late ult here. And it's just an annihilation. Yes, Rage of Ultron and Eternal Bond has to be invested, but like the cost, the effectiveness, is pretty much below half of what they're supposed to be getting. And now the team is being essentially cut off. They're looking to just jump through the portal, maybe get a little bit of recognition. But they are fucked. The Kraken Impact needs to find immediate value. And there is no healing onto the offered as Moxicles gets taken down. And Lunafro goes down with Sugar Daddy. So this is pretty much all that she wrote. And the rest of the capture, oh no. If they're even trying to go for the Maliki, they just want to show you who's boss right here. You can see Tashi. Definitely the one to be flexing. This is not just some Ultron into the backline. This is the Ultron that just flexes in your face.
That's it. Flexing all day long, Mr. Amp. They are giving it their all. Rise or fall, they get it done. And they are going to be getting KOs for days right now. Tashi has relegated them to their spawn point. And they are trickling out. You can't afford to have this happen, especially at this point in the game, Amp, because getting staggered, it's only going to allow your opponent to push the mission vehicle further and further along.
Yeah, definitely something that you have to be careful of, and especially without a portal now, Swinburne has a few things that they have to think about, right? So Tashi, could be stuck, but Dom Chicken is gonna be the one to save him. And now, oh my god, Accelerate with that 1000-fold slash finds the double kill. They do a lot of denial here, and just as Moxicles was popping the ult, he gets completely denied. He comes for Voltron to try to finish off the Iron Man, finish off that front. The back is cut off. Here comes a little bit more of a bird war. And you want to come out? Guess what? You got to deal with the blade, you got to deal with the Ultron on the top, and the rest is just rough as the rest of the distance is being closed down. Makori looking to completely run this map.
Gonna run it down and looking to run it back. Let's see if they can do it. BkWhatOCE comes out, and they are gonna be chugging along a step further. Ooh, big stuff coming out from Tashi there. Looking to see if they can get it done. It is putting in the damage. They can't even get it out, Ev. They can't get out. But they will be able to have mission success. The Warden has kept the prisoners in line. And now we head towards the side switch here. Macquarie, a clean run, taking it the full distance.
Yeah, I think Swinburne definitely got outplayed right there. There was plenty of opportunities uncontested, and they just felt destroyed. At the second point, I guess there was some measure of distance that was okay coming from Swinburne, but then they definitely gave up room where they didn't need to, and it felt like their flex picks didn't work out at all, and they were struggling to come up with an answer. In the meantime, there is the flex to a potential Thor pick, which could be interesting, but Nenobo is also a Mr. Fantastic. So it's going to be very, very heavy onto the front line. The only one that's going to offer any sort of reprieve is going to be Golungo at the back. So they heavily rely on him to pull the DPS in. Meanwhile, Makori is happy for them to be playing to this run. They have a more balanced approach, and Tashi feeling like himself really well. That's on the Iron Fist. So yeah, I'm not sure if I like the present situation coming from Swinburne. Definitely if you Golem go.
That's it. Gonna be giving it their all here, and now we get back into the fray. And you know what we like to see? It's Thor time. It's Iron Fist time. It's the Mr. Fantastic time. Everything is coming out here right now, and you love to see these different picks coming here. Speaking of, Tashi locking it down on the Iron Fist. Trying their best to keep them as far away as possible, just dishing out the damage. There we go, they lock it in as Sugar's down. They're trying to take more picks around the back line there, get the KO through. Nenobo goes down. More could follow.
I can't believe you lived. Tashi lived on pretty much 1% health right there. And getting away was just absolute murder. In the meantime, Swinburne losing in that moment of chaos, having a Iron Fist that's just coming from the back all the way to the front definitely hurt them in the first place. And they have up a little bit that Rage of Ultron is just devastating. Finds both the backs of Golem also gets taken apart. They are forced back into the entrance, Matsy. Like, there is no game to be played, no fun to be had. Mokori is just destroying.
Yeah, they're just wreaking absolute havoc at the moment, aren't they? Like, Iron Fist is just almost uncontested in the backline at the moment. Like, Ashy putting in hard work. Golem does bring out the Rage of Ultron. This could be a nice counterattack with damage here. Ooh, maybe not. They didn't get the KO they wanted, but now they've got at least a couple. Good trade coming out, though. Golem is going to be in a bit of trouble. Psionic Seduction coming over the top there. Jonk Fiend trying to force them back, and a bot frag will be KO'd. So, nicely done for Swinburne. They finally figure out a way into this one.
Gotta be careful. You know, when you are playing to this kind of a mashup, you do sacrifice a ton of potential into the later game. So Lenovo wanted to switch to make sure that they have the team up. Is at least going to be good, but the Eye of Agamotto coming in, he's going to be the boundary that's being forced out. God of Thunder, do we find anything? And the answer is absolutely yes for Lenovo. And that's what we've been waiting for. Get the Iron out, get the team up, get the team synergy, and that's the KO coming from Present.
Yeah, great stuff coming over the top there, and we'll see what they can do. Tashi is climbing trees right now. Love to see it. Love to see it. We'll see what they can do. Look at that. They're just staying around the back there. I love how they maintain course and maintain distance. Just stay so mobile, honestly. But here we go. Rage of Ultron coming out. Living Chi as well. Big aggression coming out of these ultimates here. Meteor M over the top as well. Ooh, they've caught Luna. They shot down the Eternal Bond. This is a major impact. Rage of Ultron's down as well. They're hunting down Iron Man. Good find at Obo. The KOs are unstoppable. Tashi finds it all for their team.
Yeah, there wasn't much Lunafra can offer there because at the back there's a Living Chi, there's a Rage of Ultron. At the front there's a Meteor M. Like, you just don't get to play the game, right? You can only get yourself out to a Dark Living as much as you can, but then right after you're just facing with a Meteor right in front. Chocolate was looking at maybe a potential peek. He does get the grab, but rather low himself. Gotta be careful here. But in the meantime, it's still just a huge ult coming from bot frag. Here comes another God of Thunder, trying to maybe find a last minute play, but Accelerate is going to deny it. And when your front is just completely melted, you do find a little bit of a reprieve on Ashi because they start trying to maybe finish off a kill. But then at the same time, you know, there's still just so much more that you have to be careful of. You let your front go in, it's cut off, and then Accelerate here is just waiting with an ult. He might be punished here. Yes, he will. That's going to be good news. But at the same time, Swinburne has to make up for major distance.
Ooh, we love to see it. Look at the Nano Ray. Just unstoppable from an Nobo there. Oh, they're tracking down another one. There we go. Tashi forced to run away. They can't escape. Chocolate Bean takes it away so clean. This allows Swinburne a bit more traction for the amp, a bit more momentum, you could say. And we'll see which way they are going to be able to go with this one. There's still so much more that they can do here.
Well, they're going to have to do a whole ton with this 1 minute left. They have to immediately capture. The boundary is going to be invested as the rate is long. And I feel like the rest of Super finally finds the group. So here comes the Rage of Ultron into reverse, trying to maybe get a lockdown, but I got to be careful as Golem. It's rather low himself. Tashi is going to get saved from the better first rest, but the Eye of Agamotto does find though the targets that they need. Jumping Finger Lunafra is gone, and they're going to do the full mop up. Oh my god, this living tree is just beautiful. But it is just horrific if you're on the Swinburne, right? You can see it. You can see your doom. And it's in the form of those raging fists, those palms just sweating all the way through. 50 seconds left. Sugar needs to either get a portal down or maybe force the issue. Something needs to happen. There's the portal coming back in. It's not the biggest portal that you can see. There is a little bit of panic. And the rest of the members gotta be careful. But that Meteor AM finds a target with the trade. You need to do a little bit more.
Ooh. There's so much more to do, and Botfrag gonna be the one to do it. Psionic Seduction denied. Invincible Pulse Cannon approved, but for one. So without further ado, that's gonna be that. It's game, it's set, it's match, and Macquarie will be able to lock it down in the end there. Really amazing stuff. Really impressed with how they managed to compose themselves there, and honestly, just solid stuff coming into it. Tashi going to be the MVP here. Well deserved. They really showcased their potential, not just on Star-Lord, but I mean on Iron Fist as well. Like, I was really impressed to see how they managed to just pump up the numbers for their team so effectively there. So really solid stuff coming out from Macquarie. A well-earned victory into the series.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much Macquarie running the show here. Like, as much as we love what Swinburne has been able to do in the past, tonight, we didn't really get to see the Jonker thing, the Denobo, fully activated. Obviously, we had the backline struggling immensely at the poke coming in from Macquarie. And that's big credits to Tashi, right? Tashi and Crescent together has been a complete menace to be playing on the first map. On the second map, there was Accelerate and Tashi. I think they were just having fun, and they sort of both just gave way to Crescent to say, all right, you know what, guys, I'm not going to be doing too much support. I'm going to be just completely melting people from the back, because I got a good old trunk as well. So that has yielded their victory. It's another 2-0 for tonight. In a hot contested match, I feel like things should have been closer, but it just isn't. And Macquarie definitely deserved the.
Yeah, really impressed with their work ethic coming into this one. They worked hard for it, and I think it definitely is a well-deserved victory coming through from a Macquarie here. Like, they definitely went leaps and bounds. I think that Swinburne, I liked their ideas towards the end. I liked how they brought the Ember Frost in combination with the Iron Man, I think, and Ultron for that matter. I think there was value to come from, I guess, the many different tracking-based heroes, because you're basically into a laser storm. But yeah, it didn't work out, clearly. So clearly lasers aren't everything. But you know what is everything? It's time! It's here! An interview with Tashi!
Hey, guys.
G'day. Welcome in. Big congrats to you and the squad once again, mate. You guys just absolutely smashed it. Like, you in particular, mate. MVP both games in a row, just really pumping up the numbers. And I guess thinking into the series itself, I was particularly impressed with there was one moment in particular in that first map where you managed to get the Galactic Legend off 2 times in one fight. Like, how does that happen, mate? What's going on?
Pretty much. Salad's, because of the amount of ultimate nerfs, he's gone down in a lot of usage because you just can't get your ult fast enough. But with the Mantis team up, where now that Rescom's gone, but now that Mantis is able to provide a insane amount of damage boost, it just allows me to get my ult a lot quicker, as long as I have around 50% accuracy. So if it's a stalled out fight where they're popping a lot of support ults to trade support ults, then I'm able to just get a free support ult. That's why we were mostly trying to ban Loki. Obviously that game that wasn't banned Loki because they protected it, but if runes aren't in the game, it's a lot easier for Starlord to get a pick with his ult.
Fair enough. Coming into tonight's match, obviously you didn't really get to play into the Wolverine. How did you feel, when you came down to map number 2? It was still just the usual lock for you. But then you said, you know what, I'm having such a great time. I'm gonna quickly flex into an Iron Fist and put, the backline to do the rest. Like, was that just comfort?
I've just been playing way too much Iron Fist, and I was just begging my team to let me play Iron Fist. Um, so yeah, I kind of I can't lie. We kind of just wanted to do a Blade Grit thing because we thought it would be a good idea, and then we kind of just swapped around to Upper Comforts for like the last round because we just wanted to see how it would go. Obviously, like I've just played way too much Iron Fist this week, so I just wanted to make sure that I could get one game where I could get him off. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But overall, the team comps weren't for the matches. We made sure to ban like the characters we knew they were going to play and the most scary players on their team. Obviously, the first game they let us ban most of the main support ults, so they ended up only having Invis Loki, which like Invis this season just hasn't been able to provide enough ult sustainability, especially like when there's a Strange or an Emma in the game where you just can insta kill through it. So that's why like I feel like that was most of the reason why we won the first game, just because they just weren't able to have a good enough sustainable ult whilst we had Loki Luna. So I think that's the main point of that match.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Really great to see that you're able to get some value and yeah, just circumnavigate around your opponents there. Now, there was one other thing that was on my mind heading into, I guess, that first series in particular. So I saw something, at least initially, I know you guys maybe bring it out in the spawn point, but I saw a little hint at the Star-Lord team up with Rocket and Penny. So I'm curious, why isn't that used, at all? Because I want to see it used. I've never seen it in competitive play whatsoever. Like, I know there's other higher value team ups, but what's your take on it?
As like a person who plays a lot of Star-Lord himself, I'm kind of hate the new team up. It's not good. We didn't want to use it. We were more min-maxing just in case they played a dive character. So everyone had shield packs, everyone had jump packs just in case they pulled out a Wolverine. That's just stuff that we do that we've just drilled into our heads so that like it's just Penny, one person, the tanks got Penny, Rocket, and then the support's get an extra 50 HP just for when they get dived or for when the tanks get grabbed. So I've heard people talk about using the Star-Lord silent ult, but in like a team play and competitive play, I just don't see it useful because as soon as someone just turns around and sees someone Star-Lord shooting, they're just going to insta-kill them. So we were just trying to make sure that like when I used my ults, it was just we had a bubble up, we had a flake on me. Like that's the main point of like when I was able to use the Star-Lord ult. But yeah, in my opinion, I don't think it's a good team up. Like you need to make sure you use it reactively, like because it just doesn't have it has a long wind up time for the TP. So compared to what Res comp was, I just don't see Star-Lord being used like well until he gets at least a little bit more of like a damage buff because I don't think he's meta just yet. I think there's something that needs to change and then he'll be meta.
Yeah, I think definitely I can see where you're coming from there. I think you're one of the only players that's able to get the big effective use out of Star-Lord, and unless there's someone trying to rush their way back to the point there. So really impressed with your play in particular, especially in the Uni League. Keep it up. That's all I can say, and hopefully that buff will come through in Season 4 or who knows. We'll leave that up to the devs, but yeah, once again, a big congrats to you and the team for taking away the win tonight. Very impressed with how you guys have been able to conduct yourselves and really excited for what the rest of the season brings.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
There you go, Amp. Great to get some insights through from one of our players once again there. Always good to have Tashi on board. I think the resident Star-Lord, coming out there. So always good to get them online and, yeah, see that they're playing their character as well as can be. But, yeah, it just makes me think forward to what could be on the horizon. I know what's coming right now. It's a quick break. So we'll see you soon with our last series. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here with Matson and Brazike, and it's time for our final series of the day, Emp. Deacon taking on QUT.
We are here. We are still just looking. Are we finally gonna see Deacon prepare a little bit extra and push themselves over the line this week on their well-deserved little bit of a break, or are we gonna see them fall further into the abyss? I am not sure how it's gonna go because tonight has just been on another level. We've had 3-2-0s coming through, but then again, you cannot underestimate what QUT can be bringing to tonight as well. So it's gonna be a very interesting update.
Oh, yeah. I think it's going to be a fun time ahead of us. I think our teams are going to be absolutely locked in. I'm keen. I am so keen to see what our teams are going to be able to do tonight. I think QUT, they got that power. They got that Omni-Man power, which we've seen time and time again, and are very keen to see how that one goes. Juicy, definitely a player of note there as well. JJ, a big player on the Deacon side there. I think Cheds has been able to do some pretty good work for Deacon as well. So very keen to see how things go heading into this series. I think everyone is going to be giving it their all.
Yeah, looking at Deacon, you have JJ's, Chairs, Bumper Squid, Academius, Pikadoos, and Hero. On the side of QT, you have Jay, Donners, Rexy, Talisman, Omni-Man, and Juicy. I think when it comes down to both sides, there was lots of potentials that we were looking for them to be flexing. We definitely see Deacon swing out of the gates with the first match in the tournament and do quite well with it. It's just that at the end of the day, that flex pick eventually was adjusted to by most of the teams that they face. But it'll be another story to see what's going to be the preparation for this week. Because you don't just have to stick with a full competition into Melee, even though they have one of the best coming into this competition, but yet that has not yielded results just yet. QT, meanwhile, on the other side, definitely on a much more lighter kind of a play. They have done a little bit of flexing here and there. Definitely have the range of capabilities coming throughout. With this week coming in, it'll be quite an interesting thing to see if they have gel together a little bit more, play more towards a synergy. I think all teams considered, they have their pick and protect phase really hashed out. And so I think Deacon, while they do have that potential play into it, they rather have things stuck onto the ground more than anything else. But QT, though, if they do play into the same thing, they can look to have some spicy bears as well.
Absolutely. I think that they're definitely going to be able to play into some deep capabilities there. I think that we'll see where their priorities lie. I think that as you've seen from some of our ban and protect phases throughout the evening, even that there's been a big focus around the strategists, more so from a lot, heaps, all teams. As a matter of fact, I feel like maybe it's that a lot of the teams or factions are realizing that the vanguards are a bit more manageable compared to giving your opponent access to some of those strategist ultimates, like your Lunar Snow. I think that's priority one for everybody, taking control of that Fate of Both Worlds there. But I mean, one and the same, if you had the Loki, that's also just big potential there. I think, coming second in that bill is Cloak and Dagger. Eternal Bond is just going to be crazy. So, yeah, there's a lot of potential coming out from these strategists, and hence why the focus is around banning them as much as you possibly can, which then, I guess, opens the gates to some of the more less used compositions, or you don't see them as much, playing into the Adam Warlock, for example, seeing a little bit of focus around the Rocket there as well at times, or now, I guess, seeing Jeff, seeing Jeff coming out. I'm sure our admins would be very happy with that. But yeah, no, we love to see a bit of Jeff. But it's nice to see a bit of change, a bit of difference coming through as a result of these more focused bans, to say the least. Like, you know that there's more likely than not going to be a Human Torch ban out of pretty much every single one of your draft phases. And if it's not, then it's probably going to get picked. Like, you know that for absolute certainty. Just due to the power of the Human Torch, right? Being able to just get so much damage pumped out all surrounding your enemies. Like, it's just huge, the potential that they're able to tap into there with that firepower. Like, you know, the supernova just takes them leaps and bounds, and it's just incredible to see how that goes.
So we are gonna have a little bit of a sub-in. So Goody Bro is gonna be subbing for Jay here, and I guess our last little bit of a sub is gonna be just fine. I think, you know, when you do play into a competition like this, you have to consider just not at the strategy or better. You have to also help that how your team wants to deal with the situation. Are you going to be playing around your strength, or are you going to be banning out around the weaknesses that you want to show, or is it just complete counterplay? Like, yeah, I guess every meta change we're gonna be looking at a completely different set of bans coming out. Some heroes are just too good running around the map, but I think one key factor that I really want to just touch is that we are in a situation to experience in the future where anti-heal is going to be a thing. Reduction in healing could just be looking to be a hot play. While we do have play that is something that can be considered, it will still be quite interesting to see just how it teams up and Revolution does in the future. But in the meantime, there is going to be that Torch hover, there is going to be the ban looking to get Torch completely out, and then it should be a Luna. There it is. The Luna's right there, protect the own Luna. And then the further ban could just be aimed at after. Now this will be quite interesting coming from Deacon. They do have the ability to toggle at least one solo DPS for themselves if they do wish to lock in. And so a Loki ban here should be warranted. If not, a Mantis probably be on the card. But it is going to be that Loki to make sure that there's no significance of extensive fight. Having a Magneto just to deal with a Luna here is to give that respect to say, alright, we'll get you into it, but we're not going to let you some ability. But yeah, it's an interesting update.
I think it definitely does carry its nice level of interesting things on the horizon. Just like an Iron Fist ban. An Iron Fist ban. Okay, that's not something you see every day, my man, and it's going to be taken out. So crazy, honestly, to see that one coming through there. But see you later, man. Maybe they were watching the last series and saw Tashi on the Iron Fist. My gosh, crazy to see what they've been able to do there. But we are seeing Loki locked down now, so Deacon pretty focused on some of those priority picks coming through there. With Luna Snow on the horizon, Magneto pretty much an absolute necessity there. So great to see that one coming out. Thing actually going to be banned. So I think they're focused banning around Cheds most likely into this one. Like, you can see the hover coming through. Wolverine going to be protected as well. I think that's a pretty important pick if you're able to get someone who can utilize it well, because obviously, there's pros and cons in terms of some things there, but Black Panther going to be banned out as well. So lots of priority picks are being taken off the board there. You can tell that QUT know how to navigate around this though, as Omni-Man straight onto the Wolverine, Talisman going to be onto the Bucky as well. So solid stuff. And Amp, you were talking about the team up between Hulk and Namor earlier, the Gamma Squid team up, and here it is. It's back. Cheds and Chatamus locking it in.
This is such an interesting uptake onto how they want to be playing, because you got 4 bans, right? 3 of the 4 bans is all about protecting that backline. And then you have Deacon swing out of the gates. with a Gamma Squid team up. Like, okay, I guess both sides is just gonna have to shake and say, all right, well, we're not gonna be playing to the assassin. I don't even think we had the Psylocke banned here. I don't get it. You know, when you have such an open pick, such a powerful one to really double attack, it would be like highest priority onto the pick. But you know, both sides, it's not going to be opting into it. It could just be that they are both playing their own unique style. That this current in protect base is just so unique. In the meantime, though, I will take that team up every single time. I love seeing them all onto the map. Definitely can offer a whole bunch of utility just to annoy people, to make them aim differently. And this entry, Kunibro also sticking onto the penny. Like, this could be a very interesting one, as the turret is never going to be staying up for a long time. They are just looking at some unique tips of here and there, of if they do find a target on the backline, they're just going to eat a whole damage. But in the meantime, the giveaway is definitely here, but no one can capture you just yet.
That's it. No one can cap here just yet, and we'll see how things go down right now. JJ, bigger damage over the top there. Does knock down Juicy. Good KO coming through. Big focus onto the strategist to shut down the squids as well. Need to get rid of them quick, smart, and going to get rid of their wielder. Perhaps not. JJ going to be able to stick it out. So, Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Rexy here. Omni-Man now diving straight into the back line here. Hulk going to be back in a Hulk form. Solid stuff coming through there, and QUT allowed to maintain presence over the mission area here. Good stuff from them. Now taking it to over 25%, but that could change very quickly. Supernova coming out. Big focus straight towards the strategist there. Eternal Bond coming out from Donnas, though. Going to be able to out-sustain it. Keep themselves online. A cracking impact from the Talisman as well. They are desperate to get these KOs. And there you go. Talisman's down. They're focused onto the strategists here, but JJ just ain't able to pump up the damage. Now they're supported by their teammate, though. They are able to pump it up. They get the KO through, but they are being traded. But all the meanwhile, QUT is still taking ownership over the mission area.
Yeah, after all that investment being done, there's still just too much to be dealing here, and with a full spider sweep right here, they are gonna get a little bit of an exile here. Bro, I don't think they can do too much, and yeah, you do have the last stand. Gonna be utilized, gonna be completely just stomped out. Bumper Squid at least picks up the double. Finally, they're able to maintain a little bit of capture to their side, but I'm not sure at just how much value that they can fully capitalize here. Thinking it looked like they struggled a little bit too much playing into this QT squad, even though the impact should have been on their side to begin with. And as they have the Hulk coming in and out to go through, this is a very preemptive seduction. They immediately find Pikachu's. There is going to be the smash. Corner Proteus does stop this one, picks up a nice double, and that's going to be the cleanup. So DK successfully defend.
That's it. Find success there, and look to find even more momentarily. We'll see. Ooh, if they are going to be able to do it. There's a battle in the skies right now between JJ and the Talisman. My gosh. You know what else is coming? It's bottle time. Juicy. Gonna be activating that one. The Talisman in big trouble. Kunibro goes down. Omni-Man goes down. Everybody's going down. The KOs are coming through in droves. It's a quad KO for none other than JJ. They get the job done and keep Deacon online.
Right now, a little bit of an issue for QUT. While they maintain a nice healthy lead at the beginning, right now it's just completely dissipated. They haven't really found value at all. And I feel like, you know, this pick with the penny is not giving the desired effect just yet. Yes, it's great playing into this whole team up with the Moor, but then right after, they haven't really provided enough utilities. Yes, boundary going to be traded for the Bond. And Pikachu gets lucky, could be huge. In the meantime, 3 going for the price of nothing. That's really rough. And yep, the torch is still going to be living quite free into the air, but it is OT time. He is still going to be fine. Chesky does find at least one kill into the back. There is going to be the fate. My hero's being taken down is going to be a little bit of bad news. And there is going to be the mop up eventually. But just look at how much time they bought.
Heaps and heaps of time there. Gonna work out wonderfully, but we'll see if that's gonna actually be the case. Oh, the talisman getting in trouble. Does manage to slip away just barely. Chenzo 4 gonna be down as well for the moment, so they have to wait things out. Well, their Vanguard is back. One last fight could be all that they have. 4 ultimates almost a piece here, but quite a sweep going to be activated. Psionic Seduction as well. QUT desperate to get this one over the line. Supernova comes through. They aren't able to find any value yet. Talisman does go down. Tonus to follow. Now they're getting the KOs through. This is looking good, but Omni-Man is driving in as well, finding all the damage they need here. Not conceding this battle, not conceding this fight. They fight on and on again. They finally get the KO on JJ. Proteus comes out. They're desperate, giving it their absolute best here, but pressed against the wall. QUT rise to the occasion. Eyes on the prize. They get the KOs they need. Stall the point as they might. This fight is over. And they will find the first checkpoint there on Carousel. And we move on to the Cradle.
That was such a good contesting from both sides. Where, you know, in the beginning, we agreed, you know, that D-King should have capped that point a lot more earlier. But then I think they just had no one drive that in the beginning. And QT was just running them over, especially when you have a Wolverine. Just stressed that front so much. JJ, yes, able to live by free and able to dish out the DPS into the back line. But then right after that, he has to deal with the front. You know, you do have an Emma eventually being flexed up, a Talisman, and they just keep aiming at him, which made it a little bit more unplayable. But you know, it's just that potential. He can have it, but just got denied in the end. A lot of good synergy picking up QT, and I'm wondering, will QT continuously put someone through because they have a very different kind of flex style into here, and D-King is playing so much more different.
My gosh, can you believe it? Definitely a lot of differences there, and I'm certain there will be more to follow. Jump in to the next sector right now. Damage coming over the top here. Ooh, good catch straight to your team, and they reign supreme. Bumper Squid gonna be taking out Cootie Bros, so a decent beginning there for Deacon, but QT still have a driving force before them, a driving power even. Meteor coming over the top from Bumper Squid, and they find Donner's immediate shutdown to the Eternal Bond there. Fate of Both Worlds going to be blocked in consequence. Invisible Boundary coming out too. Supernova, got a Mischief. Everything is online right now. If you think it's activatable, it's coming online. Meteor M is available now too, but I don't think they're going to need it. They are looking to concede this fight and live to fight another day, but that Meteor could be critical heading into the next one.
Yeah, Chadamus, he has been looking for these picks and he finally got them, which is going to be pretty good. But in the meantime, you don't want to be giving anything away for free. And so you can see D-King is going to respect that decision. They are going to back up the front a little bit. Going to make sure that they can really put it in check just in case there is a portal play. And in the meantime, there is opportunities and a lot of things that you see D-King trying to completely poke at. I still remain a little bit unconvinced at the usage of what they had to hold. The BkWhatOCE is huge. That is going to capture a whole bunch, and Talisman is going to be the result of it. But they still got to be careful. Trading anything here is absolutely devastating.
Yeah, we'll see. What is it going to be happening here? What is it going to go down? Oh, JJ! Take it away! Big power coming through there, and see what else they are going to be able to deliver here as they fire up. One a step further, one a step back. They are going to maintain course here. So far, so good.
Yeah, it's just one of those primal walls that you can set up as the torch, and with Wolverine that can provision you. It's so hard to get in here. 78% completely uncontested. Here comes Supernova, Meteor AM, and Boundary immediately thrown around. Lamp is up. They are going to get a little bit of setup of DPS. He is coming through. Here it comes. The Invisible Pulse Cannon gets nothing as well. And I think these ults are just completely nullified. But Omni-Man finds a double. There is going to be the tap out, and that should put the sweep up. At 99%, at least it's better than never. There is QT grabbing a little bit more out of this one. It's a moment of reprieve, a moment of relief, but is it enough? That's the next question.
Is it enough? Certainly going to be tested, my man, and see if they are going to be able to pass the test here. Jumping in to the next portion, because there's a long journey ahead, you know. Just because Deacon don't have ults right now, they got heaps of time to build them up. UUT, they have to hold on to this mission area for dear life. It is going to be a tight battle. We'll see how things go down, heading in to this next fight ahead of them. They are getting closer and closer by the second.
Alright, got a Mischievous here looking at the full copy. And you can see the off-angle value Iron is doing pretty good. And they have to push it up, but they didn't really find anything with Jet, so it could be a little bit of wasted ult right here. It's an unfortunate situation, but Omni-Man definitely building up the ult. Gotta be very careful. He does find Shadowverse one more time, and that is a little bit of an issue. It means that they can't really be playing until the sky has been dominated, and that is a huge ult. They do get a gradient with here at the same time. Now, when it comes down to having an Iron Man that's beaming down on you, you don't really get to play. So QT, right now it was 0 to 99. Now looking at 80 to 99, things are looking really rough, especially with a stagger KO here. Bumper Squid, a little bit too adventurous here. Didn't really make it to the point here.
Oh my word. Oh, here we go. Invisible Boundary coming out with the Supernova. Meteor coming over the top as well from Juicy. Ayamamoto comes out. Invincible Pulse Cannon from the Talisman, but they aren't able to get much value at all. JJ picks up all the priority there. Juicy falls as well. OT Timer is trickling down. The KOs coming out one after the other. Donners is trying to stall the void here, but no! It's not enough! And that will be point control taken on the cradle for Deacon. 1-2-1, and it goes down to the Grove.
Well, there you go. It looks like we are gonna be at the first time. You know, we're gonna find something. We're gonna go to the third contender on the first map. Now, we haven't really seen it just yet. I feel like QET over there was a little bit disjointed, where they knew there was going to be a portal, but when they were poking, they didn't really get the right pokes out anyway, and they just watched that portal come in pretty much for free, which really netted them the lost result right there. Their whole team was really cut up. You know, all the ults was invested into the final point, and Deacon just said, "Yeah, no worries. We got the full squad here. We chunked up, and they just got the better synergy." Definitely hurt QT. But in the time, if you're rooting for Deacon, definitely a little bit of a strong moment. And now they should feel quite good as the team ups and the counter strategy that they're playing is starting to work.
And let's jump into it. Emp, they have the high ground. And we'll see if they are going to be able to throw down hell onto the low ground. As Omni-Man is diving straight into the deep end here, but they have to fall back for a second. Can't get too close to the sun or you get burnt. They are going to be sticking it back here, but one in the same. Chatamus use that Wolverine to succession here. Oh, Omni-Man is down. A Fate of Both Worlds coming out. Here we go. Got a Mischief Online hero. Brings up the power. Brexy Just keeping it grooving, keeping it styling. Fate of both worlds will meet its end, but you know what doesn't meet its end? Supernova coming out with power! And they are finding the KO on the Chatamus, looking for more. They're getting the resets in. Oh, squiz down. Surely no more. Trying to track down Loki here. Where's the real one? Where are they? Who knows? But their team is slowly but certainly getting KO'd down.
It's a bit of a rough one. They want to be at least losing the one. Of course, Shadowverse here. He says, hang on a second, get off my killer attack. And this is one of those moments where Watch has now completely just warmed up, ready to be playing, putting tons of JJ knows exactly how to be playing for it. And Queenie Bro looking to maybe get a little bit of focus, looking at the potentials. But the thing is, things are not working out. You know, on the side of QT, this composition I feel like is really starting to fall apart. Yes, they've had some good moments, but things like that has made it so much more harder to play, where the rest of the squad playing as Emma is the main driving force, you know. She has to be the one to quickly get everything out and take that front and open maybe a path. With Queenie Bro playing with the offside, this is just easy pickings. Omni-Man right now has no choice but to continuously be back into a corner.
Backed into a corner and ready to go. Let's see which way they are going to be able to blow this one through. They're ready, so ready. Ooh, got a mischief coming out. JJ getting a little bit of value. There's a lot of value from that power there. And let's see what else they are going to be able to catch here. Agamotto, hello, goodbye. Talisman's down. And they are going to be able to find even more there. But
I'm counting on you, friends.
Deacon, they have completely switched things up now, Amp. And it feels like they're in complete control.
Yeah, this is one of those rough gifts that I have to say. Things are definitely not working out on the side of QT. They're being adjusted. Oh, off angle. Omni-Man pre-buffing. Looking to get the one. It's gonna be the Magneto. Here comes the seduction and Graham. They're both looking at it. Oh, but Omni-Man finds a massive triple. It's gonna be fun to clean up for the back. And I feel like this is the man that carries everything onto, that carries the whole team. He's got a very big rock, and he says, whenever I can flex all my muscles to get this one up, I can do this. But right now, he's been picked apart so many times from that front. It's just so tough. And now, I guess QT, it's in that position again, 0 to 99, looking to finally, defend once again to grab that continuous payment. And this is where that Penny Parker really gets to shine. I will see how much he can, because they rely on so much cover, they rely on so much support in order to make it work. And JJ, right here, just uncontested, he just says, whatever happens, I'm going to start burning down.
Oh, the last stand. Coming out from Chatamus here, JJ. Oh my gosh. Big damage for the Supernova. They find Juicy there, looking to keep it hot. The KOs are coming out one by one. They get it done. Overtime coming through. They're trying to get on to the mission area. And they get there in time. But it's not enough. Oh, there's no portal. There's all the worries. And Deacon are freaking on it. And take away map number 1. Incredible result there, Amp. What a fiery series so far.
Definitely say that again. Fiery. It's gonna be the name of this one. MVP JJ. Really just showing us how things are done. A lot of things here. I don't know. 45 kills, 5-0 with a quad kill and 24 final. He's 58 damage. Like, I don't think I need to stress the point where JJ lift and own the sky. We had QT looking to maybe flex pick Iron Man to counter him, but there just was not any availability. There wasn't anyone that could stop him. And I felt like Deakin just said, okay, well, you don't really get the chance to snipe me in the air. JJ has maximum protection and he's fine to duel out with any flyers and even a Penny Parker that's aiming at him. It just says every time you guys fight, I will build up my meter and then I'll quickly look at the snipes, getting the full dive bombs and even supernova. It just makes the map unplayable. So Deacon up that first one means good news for them because they have yet to pick up a win.
That's it. Yet to take it away, yet to find more from it, and we'll see what this second map will bring. I think there's definitely a lot of potential on its way through here, and very excited to see what Convoy looks like for all of our teams here today. I think we got some very exciting, very fun prospects ahead of us here, and I'm just keen to see what all of that looks like, to be honest. I think it's going to be absolutely incredible. But, here we go. Yggdrasil path is going to be the path of justice. Coming through in to map number 2 here, as we will be snapping our way into that one very shortly here. But very curious what the pick ban phase is going to be looking like heading into that one. Whether there is some changes from one side or the other, perhaps, or whether it's more of the same.
I don't know. I still feel like letting that torch fly loose, it definitely costed them. But here comes the potential coming in. What's it gonna be? Because the side swing switch, there's definitely things that they can look to lock away, things that they can completely protect. So here's the torch one more time. The full respect is there. They don't want to be dealing with it all the time, but they say, well, that's fine. We'll take Magneto instead. That's quite interesting because that means QT can also lock away the Luna. And I guess it was sort of like a little bit of a handshake and agreement that there's not going to be any sort of extension. But here's the torch coming from QT. They said if you guys can play it, we are also going to be able to play it as well, and there's nothing you can do about it. So this ban coming in from Deacon could be the one that breaks the camel's back, just depending on what they want to do. Alright, so there is going to be the lock away into Loki, which I'm very much a fan of, but then it also creates a unique situation where, yes, we've locked away so many strategists. We just keep it rolling because that's the only part that I think. Otherwise, you have to look at the vanguards, and there's going to be the S in your reverse. So, yep, I guess it's just going to be one of those maps.
Looking pretty interesting so far, Mr. M. And, if the trend would have it, we'd see the team with the torch take away the W here. So, if that's the case, it's going to be QUT this time. But we'll see. We'll see if that's going to be reality. And it definitely plays true into like what we've been saying all night. So much focus around those strategists. They just want to get rid of them immediately. No strategists allowed. They're banned. They're all banned. Gosh. But we'll see what comes out of this one. At least both teams have Cloak and Dagger, I suppose. But yeah, it's rough. It's a rough gig for strategist players, Emp. They aren't able to have a wide selection at all, are they?
Well, this opens up for so many things, and I do stress, guys, there is open season with a Psylocke, right? Don't have to be playing to it if you don't want to, but if you want to counter things, if you want to snipe that backline, there is nothing better than a good old-fashioned Psylocke, and also the Psylocke can do so much damage to a torch in the sky. Like, you don't lose out on it. But I guess we're going to continue that trend. We are not going to be opting for that at all. We are going to have an Iron Fist. We're going to we will potentially have a Panther as well. But in the meantime, I'll give it to QT. They're going to stick to the guards. They are going to continue using the Penny, which I think is good for the defense. Not really sure about the offense, so it'll be interesting to see how they want to be doing that setup. But without the team up, and I can respect them not wanting to really flex onto the rocket. It's something that it makes a Penny really hard to play. But then again, you know, in this competition, we have seen so much more weirder things.
That's it. Let's see how things go. Jumping in into this one, JJ. Locked in. Look at that laser focus onto the Human Torch there. You know they realize their priorities. Like, it's just take down those huge targets and take them down quick. That's what the Thing's trying to do. Oh my gosh. Gonna be trying to swat them out of the air, like taking down a fly there. Amp. Scary, to say the least. But you know what else is scary? When you leave a Phoenix unchecked, considering all the AoE damage you can get through. And that is going to be big to play into. But they're definitely taking advantage. You know, their team is able to push the mission vehicle pretty strong at the moment. Because QUT have given them a lot of ground.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a check that, you know, if you have enough staring at the back, it should be what's up for a little bit. Here comes the boundary, and Son Inferno looking at damage, not enough to finish anything. Here comes the grab, looking at Chatamus, and there is going to be play into it. Hero also going down, and that should be the back really gone. They are going to throw a boundary to have one of these meshes to be thrown, but not enough to discount this advance. This also gets taken down. So a little bit of a stagger does come in, and you can see Deaking they have acknowledged that they have to go short that one. But gotta be careful, don't want to be losing Juicy here. That's rough because it's one of your primary vanguards, and now with just Kunibro with a full setup, dealing with it. Yes, the mines are gonna do a ton of damage, but it's not enough. But the Supernova might be.
Oh yeah, big difference maker, and we'll see what they are going to be able to achieve with it here. Big damage coming over the top right now. Chatamus going to be able to take it down, and let's see what they can do. Ooh, big shots over the top here. Even Torch in a bit of trouble, but the healing is going to be keeping track of this one. Ionic Seduction's available for Juicy if they require it, but we'll see. They are going to be able to deliver here. Make it nice and low. Oh no! It's time for the living cheese! Ionic Seduction breaking free. And they are going to be able to get all the KOs through there. So a major defense coming out from QUT right now.
Oh, here we go. This is QT. Like, they have more valuable time. 1 whole minute left. Thinking, if they want to close it early, I do suggest for them to maybe, you know, have a little bit of a different lifestyle into this, and they have to immediately find something else. Because the Thing, I mean, I guess found the Iron Fist here, which is going to be good news. They do have some more ults loaded, and there's going to be a nice grab. So Chance gets traded here. I guess that was something that I didn't see all along. You grab them, you slam them into the mud, there's nothing to do about it. It's a nice combo. I never thought about that kind of potential. But in the meantime, you know, Talisman with this Supernova finds so much value that they are just completely forcing QT onto the back foot. I mean, onto the Viking, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's just, once again, they find this value fix, they find this shutout, and there's no capture being given.
Yeah, they're not really able to find too much from it, are they? But you know what they are going to be finding? Kraken Impact. They had a Kraken Impact, and the impact has been negated immediately. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Crazy, Em. The defense coming out from QUT there. Oh my gosh. It plays almost true into what I was saying. The team with the torch is going to be the team to get ahead, and they're certainly making a good case at the moment. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a that's a very funny one right there. It's like, I have torch, I win. You have torch, you win. Now QT definitely on the upper hand. And I guess anything in this situation would just break it down for them. So There has to be a ton of commitment to be made into here. Chatham is on a potential more. Okay, so they are gonna bring back the Gamma team up, and I guess for all time's sake, it is still one of those wild team ups that can have a really good
30
effect.
seconds before you
Maybe
attack.
they can look
Get
to
ready.
lock down Talisman because QT is playing a very fade away or melee to your face. But it's just because they weren't able to make so much of a capture, he can make QT just swing this rather quickly. They only have to gain 62.55 now, so anything can just really happen.
The battle starts in
That's it.
5,
Anything can happen.
3,
Anything.
2,
And managed to find its way. So, let's see which way it's gonna go today, Mr. M, as we jump in. Gonna throw it back to UC. They realize what they gotta do in order to take this one step further. Big web coming out. Ched's forced to fall back for a second, but they're back in the fray almost immediately there. Ched's back to Bruce form. Now has to hold on for a while longer before they can go back to being the Hulk there. But good damage coming out from QUT here. They've almost already pushed it all the way through here. So Deacon really have to lock on and give it their best. Otherwise, it's done.
Yeah, that's really rough because Rubber Squid was the solo tank right here, and they didn't really get anything out of it. And now QT running the back line, they're just gonna wipe them all. Yeah, they pretty much did it. You know, it's a very easy kind of a play. I don't understand why there was such a heavy focus on what could be done. It should have just been in one week. Alright, yes. And so, yay! Now we have a 1-1, and of course the MVP is Talisman on the most, I guess, best DPS, most balanced one right now should be the best term.
Yeah.
So yep.
Hey,
That's it.
he just got a nerf, all right? Just got a nerf.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A slight reduction.
That was quite a nerf. Am I right in saying that? It was quite a nerf, so we can leave Torch in a good place.
That's it, mate. We can definitely leave that in a great place. Yeah, it's fantastic. The greatest that's ever been. No, definitely good stuff coming through there. You know, Torch still playing a very prominent role. And it's great to see that teams are able to take advantage of that. You know, they're really locking down the damage there, really giving it their absolute best. And yeah, very keen to see what else our teams, our players are going to be able to do with that pick, let alone many, many more. Oh, but we'll see what is going to be on the horizon into our third and final map of this series. You know, we've gone the full distance. I was hopeful for it at one stage tonight, and looks like this is going to be it. You know, save the best for last in that sense.
And we finally got it. We're finally here. For a long time, we weren't going to go anywhere, but thankfully enough, we are here to go to the decider. I'm not sure who to pick right now or who to really hone down in because both sides has proven that they can play their matchup, play their style. But it's hard to pick between the two. You know, while we had one that was really good, we also had one that was just really bad. You know, both sides play great on one map and terrible on the other. And then there just was not enough focus onto the draft phase that I feel like it's hurt both sides. And that while they keep having a handshake and say, all right, you know, Torch is going to be the pick for one of us, but then all the strategists is going to be banned out and no one plays enough assassins. It's a little bit beyond belief here. So it'll be interesting to see what they want to do here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to come up with out of this one, Emp. I think it's, you know, exciting prospects going to be ahead of us here. And we are going to be getting into our ban protect phase, big ban phase, more rather. Coming into this one right now, and let's see how it all goes. Well, already There's no torch. So, that's one less worry for us, Em. No torch. But there is a Luna. But there's no Iron Fist. What's going on?
I I don't know anymore. This is they are playing the mind games against each other, and they say that we don't have ways to deal with your Iron Fist, so we're just not gonna deal with it, and that's at the cost of you playing Luna as well. Magneto ban, followed by Iron Man ban. Yeah, I think it's something that I have not seen in a long time. Iron Man ban definitely should not be coming as a priority. So there is a miss. I'm assuming that's supposed to be Emma. But the Loki ban is a definite warrant. QT definitely don't want that one to be played out. So there is the protect onto the Emma. So the ban have confirmed it's gonna be the Iron Man ban, which I don't think QT is gonna be too worried into it. So this final few, like, it's just gonna be detrimental to DK.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think playing into that Iron Man ban because you want to take as many of the bits of flying capabilities as you can away from your opponents there. So really great to see that yeah, they are able to take that one off the table alongside many other things. Muchly like Cloak and Dagger is gone, and we're seeing Loki gone. Like there's a lot that's gone and not a lot that's staying, to be perfectly honest with you. So I'm really curious to see what our last ban is going to be coming through from a Deacon here on the top side of things. Mag. Makes sense. I think that... Oh, no. No Mag ban. That's kind of crazy. They've actually taken away the Emma Frost here. Wow. Because now with the Mag capabilities of QUT, they have, I guess, a slotted in bit of utility to deal with that fate of both worlds. So that's confidence coming through from Deacon there, honestly. Big confidence.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit funny with this kind of a setup. I thought the Mag
BP.
definitely should be banned. Oh. Is it the BP with a Wolverine? Yes, it is. QUT is gonna have that set up. We're finally gonna see. Never mind. I got excited. We got overly excited about the potential of the dive team coming through from QT, but it was not to be. DK, meanwhile, they are gonna quickly clamp back down. They are gonna use that more potential to see where they can play. I am in favor to have an Ultron and a Mantis team up here because, as we've seen earlier from the other team, we have some really good boosted damage, and when an Ultron pops off, it's just so much damage, especially on the last hit. And QT right now, they don't see it just yet, but they see it now. But like, just how much pressure do they get out of this one? That's
it. How much pressure are they going to be able to deliver? It's going to be all tested right here, right now. And we'll see which team is going to be able to find their mark here. Take a point on into the mission area. Big damage over the top from JJ there. They desperately want to get rid of that egg, but I mean, it's only them going for it, so they're having a bit of a struggle. Just please try to shut down the egg. There we go. They caught it eventually, and they've done a lot of damage out onto the opposing Vanguard there. Like, there's no heals on towards Cooney, bro, so that kind of does create a bit of an opening. But saying that, Omni-Man goes down just as soon as they manage to pick things up. JJ, big focus over to the back line there, so doing a great job of keeping them on their toes for the moment.
Yeah, I don't know how much they can be looking to hold on to this point, especially with no one looking at JJ. So he was pretty much stuck on himself. In the meantime, they can only do so much on the wall at the second, especially since this point, I guess it's just going to be gone. Offers good, does jump in on the Cortez as well. Does find a nice play. He comes to Final Judgment, looking to quickly bubbles up. Gets a little bit of protection in. Juicy does find Pikachu's out of nowhere. The stagger is going to be good. But throw is used. Here comes Meteor M. And yep, it's just going to be a Meteor into the face. I feel like a lot of ults was used for a reason. They could have also just let Hero gets out the fate of both worlds and just complains. But here comes a unique situation. You don't really get to invest or play anything into the air. You don't get the platform as well. If you want to shoot them, you have to trade with your life. And QT is taking full advantage of this.
They sure are taking full advantage there, and we'll see how things go. Ooh, Rage of Ultron are going to be coming out with a spider sweep there. KJ, a good pickup. Rexy pops the fate of both worlds as well on the opposing side here, so QUT desperately trying to hold on. Hulk Smash coming out from Bumper Squid there, taking a lot of damage. Ooh, last stand from Omni-Man as well. Straight onto the strategist. They're taking so much damage though. They need healing. They need it now. Omni-Man's gone. And they will be able to hold us strong here for Deacon, forcing them as far back as they can. Chad's going to be allowing that pressure to continue to build here. They're getting staggered KOs as well. Oh, it's just so dangerous here for QUT right now. They have to stall out even longer, waste a bit of time. And Deacon, they're going to be taking full advantage of this.
So much better.
Yeah, that part was really rough, but Rexy does pick up a kill to JJ, which is really good. The thing is, it was such a stagger KO, and they didn't get to Omni-Man, so he pretty much died after unloading his full damage kill as well, which missed. By all means, he was looking so hard at the backline, and that he tunnel visioned in, and then when he looks back, the rest of his team was nowhere to go down. So here comes the Soul Resurgence. Pikachu does want to make sure that the rest of the team is going to be just fine. He's going to find one, going to bundle to the side, looking for Trace on seduction. Is online, looking at this one. Judgment coming in with a Rage of Ultron. They are both trading, but you can see JJ quite confident. Don't need to overly worry about it. There's not enough DPS to be finishing this one. And it feels a little bit bad for the policeman where he was thinking about the rest, and that's on his production. He's gonna be okay, but out of both roles, he's gonna be good. The rest of the follow-up damage, the full setup for Bro is gonna be counted as well. Catamus does find a nice kill, and going in and out. Here comes the horn, and you shall all be bumped out here. Get some more stagger, and this is another reset.
That's it. Another reset coming at ya, and it's going to be all good for them. They are going to be able to stick it out. Stay vibing, stay thriving. One step longer here, Amp, and see what they can cook up. Time is starting to slip away from them here. I do like how they have Groot available. I think that Strangling Prison is going to be solid way to bring themselves back into the fray, but they're gonna have to build up to it. Speaking of, Rage of Ultron coming out, a Meteor Ram does find a hero, so solid stuff from Juicy there. They will be able to deliver, but there's still so much more to do. Cracking impact from Omni-Man. Gets a bit of damage, but not really as much as they would want there, so a bit of a rough one there.
Yeah, and that was a no value onto the side. Oh, very nice Tara setup. Elizabeth is going to be traded, however. In the meantime, looking to on track to get this point, and that's something they needed. Here comes the synergy. Here comes the strict prison, but he's not able to get more than this hero. Chet is still alive, which can make this a little bit tough. And we see the seduction in a good point. That's going to be the next little bit of a moment. But they have to live through and wait this one out. Also having Luna just means that it's so much more tougher to be pushing it out. Rage of Ultron and Sunlight Seduction, it's all going to be used. They're trying to synergize this. They're trying to destroy them. That's not enough damage at all. And yes, they're going to pick up Rexy now, but here comes another Rage of Ultron. He'll be countered by the Luna, and we just keep it rolling.
Keep it rolling over and over again, my man. And we'll see what else they are going to be able to do. Boom it down. Oh my gosh, the damage almost shut down. BkWhatOCE there. But they're still alive. They got Soul Resurgence out. Can you believe it? So they are still going to hold on to this one, bringing out everything they can here. But they find both strategists. This is huge. Strangling Prison comes out. JJ, Rage of Ultron. This is exactly what they needed. Perfect timing. Everybody is down. Donis is trying to TP fast as lightning, but it ain't happening. They hold it on, and the defense is so strong.
Okay, 95.52. That's the magic number here. And I'm just gonna predict, if we get the high ground, that portal play is pretty much game over. Right? That's something that can break a ton of momentum, a ton of preparation on the defending side. We might not have it. I mean, that because it's such a high risk move that disables your final save. But I'm just saying, if we do start cooking that kind of a mental thought, it can be such a pivotal moment. And so, nope, we aren't going to be getting that one. They are going to be sticking to faithfuls. Their comfort picks are all going to be pretty much alive. And I feel like BkWhatOCE having that damage boost, giving it to JJ and Adamus has definitely worked out heaps for them. The damage is just insane. On the side of QT, there is a little bit of adjustment here and there. But, yes. We want to see the mine instant KOs, and there is going to be a little bit all around, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to see it, right? Surely not.
Yeah, not so sure, Mr. Amp. Not so sure we're going to see it. But that's alright. We'll see what they are going to be able to deliver. What they are going to be able to do. As we jump in to the next sector right now. Both teams going to be pumping themselves up, amped up and good to go. JJ, immediate shutdown there. Omni-Man locked in for the KO, shutting down the squids as well. This is a big change up from QUT. They need to maintain course just like this. Consistency is everything here.
Just keep that buff up on Juicy. He's going to offer that support of the DPS that severely needs. The only thing you need to make sure is that you don't see any potential backline play. But as I say that, here comes the backline play. They are going to go for the higher building side. And that isn't too bad. Coming through. Here comes the Rage of Ultron. Is going to be backing and completely cutting this one off. But there's going to be no KOs just yet because Hulk Shield is just absolutely amazing. And at the same time, he can just use that for all the monsters. That's one of the reasons that he's so good. But in the meantime, he can get caught up and he's just completely blown up. He has bought the rest of the squad a little bit more time. 2 minutes and 40 left onto the clock means that King needs to think about how to be playing this because they are being kept out here and it's a bit of an issue.
Oh yeah, it's a big issue. They're facing a world of trouble and they need to climb up out of the rubble, get on the point. But all the damage comes over the top now. QUT, the defenses are starting to fall apart. They're getting isolated and the KOs are starting to flow in. So, good stuff from a Deacon here. At long last, they managed to get big presence over the mission area. Okay, Spider Sweep coming out. Portal as well, desperately trying to hold on here. And it does buy them a bit of time, sure, but whether they can earn themselves victory into this fight is going to be truly tested. Ooh, Meteor, boom, doesn't get anything. So, they're in trouble, and it's Agamotto time!
With Fragile Impact, Omni-Man, that's fun to kill into the chest here. Here comes again. Looking at it, should be an easy cleanup, and all of a sudden, things are not good. Things are looking to be on the side of QT. Looking for the full shot here. They have all made it back into the final portal play with the Spider Sweep that was looking rather weak. That's kind of paid off. So I'm actually surprised that they were able to make it happen. Meanwhile, you always can't count out a team that's ready to just drop their oh my god. That could be devastating if they did pick up Omni-Man by JJ. But in the meantime, he's going to be just okay. Gets healed up. Oh, he's going to find multiple targets. But there is no KOs once again. But there is going to be kills going down. Barrel Leaf is going to work out quite well. This just stressed everything at the front for some reason. And Deacon losing everything.
Losing everything.
30 seconds.
And they are fighting as hard as they can, but QUT, this resurgence of power is just incredible. We'll see what they can do heading into these remaining moments here. One last fight, one last endeavor is all Deacon are going to have. Spider Sweep has come out. Invisible boundary on AGON. Oh no, it's devastating. Oh my gosh. They're all falling apart, falling down like toy soldiers. This combination of ultimates is the ultimate decider. Victory is all but locked in here. JJ and Go fight as they will. Tonight ain't their night. QUT, get it done. Oh my gosh, Em. Wow.
Oh, wow. I cannot believe QT was able to close it like that, but here we go, Juicy. At the one to get the MVP. Heaps of plays in the Strange. Very strong portal, very strong coming through with the Eye of Agamotto, finding all the key players at the back. It has also just destroyed what Deacon was trying to do. I feel like, while Deacon had a very commendable defense, and I thought it was very doable with 95 meters. QT said, well, you know what? We can do a little bit better. They just shot him out completely, even though that they looked like they weren't able to defend the first point. That portal play, the spider sweep to buy them the crucial few seconds to give that false hope from Deacon, that's worked out from QT, and that's just the way we're gonna have it, I guess. It's a 2-1 victory.
That's it. Really impressed with how they've managed to maintain course there, maintain control. Like they got the job done, and they got it done with confidence. So really impressed with how they managed to hold themselves together through that one. And yeah, just really keen to see what else they are going to be able to do here. I think that yeah, it's important they give it their all, and they've certainly done a great job of that. Like, wow, the change up on their defense is just impeccable. Like, jumping in with triple van cards on both sides, for that matter, is just crazy, Imp. Just crazy. My gosh.
Yeah, that's, I guess, it's the most wildest game we've had tonight. Where I don't think we've ever had 3 games worth of Penny, or 3 games worth of Namor as well. It's the first time that we get to see games without the usual assassins. It's like, I don't even think we have much of a Hela, and no Psylocke. That most important thing that is the start of DPS that we don't really get to see onto this final map. What we saw was Bucky, we saw Namor, we saw the Torch, we saw Wolverine. Both sides just doing quite well with it. In the meantime, though, gotta give it up for QT. It didn't look like a shaky series until it became fully shaky, and Deacon definitely ran the round and danced the first few maps where we thought, Deacon definitely had it in the bag. But they did come back with their own torch. They showed just how exactly things were meant to be played. So yeah, at the end of the day, I still say this final map was whoever had the better torch, and then whoever, had the better, I guess, I don't know, how would you put it? The better clutch plays? Would that be the thing?
Yeah, I think that definitely could be a factor there. Finding, I guess, the higher impact plays, like their ultimate combinations, certainly playing into better synergy there. Like, they definitely showcased what they're capable of, and they did it really, really well. So, big props to them and their team, honestly. Like, they just played exceptional. I was truly impressed with everything they were able to do there. I feel like, especially towards the later stages of that map, Omni-Man was truly able to shine. I don't feel like they were able to activate as well earlier into the series, but it was great to see that they did manage to bring themselves back, so to speak, when it counted. Because, you know, in those make or break moments, you got to do everything that you possibly can.
Yes, you have to shine. Like you want to perform. Guess what? The shine part has to also come through. And yeah, it could have been a much more rougher series. I do believe, you know, the QT side definitely struggled until they said, "All right, you know what? I think that's going to be the combo that we're going to be running," and they stuck with the guns, and it did work.
That's it. And would you look at the time? It's that time again. It's interview time. We have Juicy on the line.
Hello, how are you guys?
Oh, fantastic. Even better now that we've got you here. And I want to say, fantastic win from you guys. Honestly, it was just so neck and neck. I was really impressed with what you guys were able to do. But I guess jumping into it, how did you guys manage to navigate that series in order to get the switch up of momentum in the end there? Because I felt like at times it took a little bit of time to activate.
Well, for first map, I'm a bit bricked. I didn't know Jay could play Torch, so yeah, that happened. We got like rolled obviously because Torch is broken, and Jay's obviously he's a good player. But aside from map 1, we obviously banned Torch map 2, and then played our game. I think we what was map 2? We full held them, yeah, and then we pushed them pretty quickly. We had good bans that map. We banned Amma because I know Cheds plays Amma. And then map 3, we got stuck on second push, but I'm not sure. I think we were just getting out support ulted with the triple support Ultron Mantis. It was hard to break through, especially with our comp. Not lots of hit scan flexibility, but I decided to go mirror the Ultron on defense, and it worked out.
Well, fair enough. You know, that was something that we were thinking about. You know, because both you, your side, and on the side of DK, had very well picked straight up coming through where they, you know, flexed up with the door and the whole team up. You guys, I think it was the first time we've seen 3 games worth of penny as well. Like, walk us through, like, you know, what was the formula with that?
Well, he's a penny 1 trick, so he can play a bit of a thing and Groot. But yeah, he's a penny 1 trick, but he's not bad, you know, like he's pretty good at it. He knows what he's doing. I think the only thing that didn't work is when we did the flank plays, we needed to front line more often. But other than that, it was pretty good.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. Definitely a pretty good there. And yeah, really happy with the result that you guys managed to get in the end. I think very well earned. But I guess going in a different direction, I want to pick your brain a bit on what your thoughts are on the new Resource Rumble game mode.
Oh, is that a new game mode on Marvel?
It is.
I don't even know it was a thing. I haven't played that.
Well, that's all right. All I can say is maybe keep your eyes on it. You know.
All right.
I'll go another direction for you.
Yeah.
No, how do you feel the team is faring through the season? Do you think you guys are feeling pretty confident? You'll be able to perform well heading in towards the finals. I think we've just reached the midway point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think we'll probably win the whole thing. I think the only team that's gonna be an issue for me, I believe, is Frost's team. I'm not sure what uni they are.
UNSW.
Yeah. Then that'll be an issue because you can't ban them out. They can play everything. But other than that, I think that'll be the grand final. Us two, no ego. But yeah, I think that'll.
No, that's good to see. Big I love the confidence there, and we'll see if it gets proven true as the season goes down. But yeah, once again, a big shout out to you and your team for taking away the win tonight. Really appreciate you coming on board with us for the interview, and yeah, hopefully we see you again soon.
Thanks. Have a nice one.
You too. Thank you. There you go, Amp. Great to get different perspectives from all of our different players, as always. So good stuff coming at ya there. And yeah, just a really solid series. Like, it was great to get some good perspective from Juicy on how they played that one out. But speaking of how things played out, let's take a look at how the evening played out.
Yep, there you go. The first one, Unanimous W, 2-0 over Monash, and then followed by RMIT 2-0 over UTS, and followed by Macquarie 2-0 over Swinburne, and our last one, QUT 2-1 versus Deacon. Definitely a whole bunch of things that we didn't expect. But hey, look, we got some really quick matches, some really showmanship, and then we got one to fully contest. So I'm pretty happy with how tonight went.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how tonight went as well, Amp. I think that we had some really solid games through, honestly, and yeah, I'm really happy with how it's all gone. I think that it's pretty solid. But let's take a look at how things are going into the standings as a result of tonight.
Wow, look at that, 4-0. Unanimous W leading the way, and then followed by the 2-3-1 teams, QUT and UTS, standing really strong. And then with RMIT, Monash at 2 apiece, Macquarie and Swinburne at 1 apiece, and Deakin looking good before, so close once again, but right now still fell out as 0-2.
That's it. Deacon are definitely. I feel like they were as close as they've been tonight. I think that they've had a lot of close calls as a roster. I think that they've definitely I think every team, honestly, in the league at the moment is able to play quality games of Marvel Rivals. I just feel that Deacon have had a lot of unlucky runs in the sense that they're capable, but it's just been a struggle to close it out, But we'll see how they fare heading into their future games as we jump in to the next portion of the season there. But, it's come to that time, once again, Emp, where we must say a big shout out to our sponsors! A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. And it's time for a late night snack. Who are we gonna call?
We're gonna call Indomie, the noodle powder made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie Migorain will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au.
Woohoo! We love our sponsors. A big shout out to them as always. And if you like tonight's proceedings, if you want to check out more AEL, make sure you check out AU Esports League on X, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, you name it, we on it. Make sure you check it out. And we got more Marvel Rivals action coming to you on the weekend with our high school league. Oh my gosh! Make sure you check it out. Definitely some great gameplay coming there. But for the Elite Series, we got more coming at you. Same time, same place next week. Stay tuned for that one, folks. It's going to be crazy. I cannot wait for these finals. It is just straight fire all the way through. But we're going to put the fire out for tonight. We're going to say good night and farewell. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been an amazing evening of games, and we can't wait to see you next week. We'll see you then.